Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we travel into the shadows, into the hidden rooms and the candlelit chambers, the coded letters and the whispered oaths, the handshakes that meant everything and the silence that protected everything else. Human beings have always gathered in secret. From the earliest mystery cults of ancient Greece to the Freemasons of the Enlightenment, from the assassins of medieval Persia to the skull and bones of Yale University, the impulse to form a circle within the circle, a community of the initiated whose shared knowledge, shared loyalty and shared purpose set them apart from the uninitiated world outside, is as old as civilization itself and as persistent as the human need for belonging, for meaning, and for the particular quality of power that secrecy confers. Tonight we travel through 100 facts about the secret societies that have shaped the world from the shadows, not to expose them, not to debunk them, and not to confirm the most extravagant theories that have grown around them, but to understand them, what they were, what they believed, what they did, and why in every civilization and every century, human beings have chosen to organize themselves around the most powerful social bond available, the shared secret. Let the darkness carry you. We begin. Fact 1. What is a secret society? The hidden circle. A secret society, the term itself combining the most fundamental human social unit with the most fundamental human cognitive capacity, the ability to maintain a distinction between what is known and what is concealed, between the world of the initiated and the world of the uninitiated, is not a simple or a single thing, but a family of related organizations whose common thread is the deliberate restriction of membership. The requirement of an initiation whose passage marks the boundary between the outside and the inside, and the maintenance of at least some body of knowledge, practice, or organizational information whose concealment from the uninitiated is understood by the members as essential to the society's identity and its function. The specific forms that secret societies have taken across the history of human civilization are extraordinarily diverse. The mystery cults of ancient Greece and the Near East, in which the initiates underwent ritual experiences understood to reveal the hidden truth of the cosmos in a form unavailable to the ordinary worshipper. The medieval guilds of craftsmen whose trade secrets constituted a form of intellectual property whose protection through oath and organizational solidarity was a matter of economic survival. The political conspiracies of every era whose secrecy was the condition of their members' physical safety. The fraternal organizations of the Enlightenment period, whose combination of Enlightenment ideals, ritual pageantry, and mutual aid created a social institution that spread across the Western world with extraordinary speed. And the revolutionary cells of the 19th and 20th centuries, whose clandestine organization was the specific response to the specific political repression they faced. What unites these diverse forms is not a common doctrine or a common structure, but the common experience of the threshold, the specific moment of initiation in which the candidate crosses from the uninitiated world into the society's interior, takes the oath whose violation carries consequences both supernatural and social, and receives the first portion of the knowledge whose gradual revelation will define their subsequent progress through the society's degrees. Fact 2. The mystery cults of ancient Greece, the first secret societies. The mystery cults of ancient Greece, the religious organizations whose initiation rituals, conducted at specific sacred sites under the authority of hereditary priestly families, offered their initiates an experience of the divine that was qualitatively different from the public religion of the city-state, whose gods were worshipped in the open temple, and whose myths were told to every child, were the oldest and the most philosophically consequential of the Western secret society traditions. Their particular combination of the theatrical ritual, whose specific content was kept secret from the uninitiated, the promise of a transformed relationship with death and the afterlife, and the sense of belonging to a community of the specially chosen creating an experience of religious depth and personal transformation that the public religion of the Olympian gods could not provide. The most famous and the most widely attended of the Greek mystery cults was the Eleusinian Mysteries, the annual ritual performed at Eleusis, the small town on the coast of Attica, approximately 20 kilometers west of Athens, in honor of Demeter, the goddess of grain, and her daughter Persephone, whose myth of abduction to the underworld and annual return to the surface world, encoded in narrative form the agricultural cycle of death and regeneration that the mysteries ritual was understood to enact for the initiate in their personal experience. The specific content of the Eleusinian ritual, what the initiates actually experienced in the Telesterion, the great hall of initiation at Eleusis, was kept secret so effectively that despite the participation of hundreds of thousands of people over more than 1,000 years of the cult's operation, from approximately 1500 BCE to its suppression by the Christian emperor Theodosius in 392 CE. The specific content of the central revelation remains unknown to modern scholarship, the most disciplined act of collective secrecy in the entire history of the ancient world. What the ancient sources do tell us is that the initiates emerged from the experience transformed, that the specific ritual encounter with the myth of Persephone produced an experience of the death and the renewal of the self so convincing and so immediate that the initiates reported no longer fearing their own death, the specific mystery having given them what the Greek sources describe as a blessed hope for the moment of dying. Fact 3. The Pythagoreans' mathematics, mysticism, and secrecy. The community founded by the philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras at Croton in southern Italy in approximately 530 BCE, the organization that the ancient sources describe with a combination of the vocabulary of the philosophical school, the religious brotherhood, and the political faction, and whose particular combination of the mathematical investigation of the cosmos, the vegetarian dietary practice, the specific ritual observances whose details were kept secret from outsiders, and the communal organization of its members, lives in accordance with the specific principles that Pythagoras taught created an institution of a kind that had no precedent in the Greek world, was the first clearly documented secret society of a specifically philosophical character in the history of the Western intellectual tradition. Its particular combination of the esoteric knowledge and the communal discipline creating the model for the subsequent tradition of the secret philosophical brotherhood that has persisted from the Neoplatonists of late antiquity through the Renaissance Hermeticists to the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons of the early modern period. The Pythagorean community's secret teachings, the specific mathematical and philosophical discoveries that were shared only within the brotherhood and whose external communication was understood as a betrayal of the community's sacred knowledge, included the specific mathematical relationships that Pythagoras understood as the foundation of the cosmos. The discovery that the musical harmonies correspond to simple numerical ratios, the demonstration of the theorem that bears his name, and the specific cosmological understanding that the universe is organized according to the principles of number, whose investigation constitutes the highest form of intellectual and spiritual activity. The specific rules of the Pythagorean community, the prohibition on eating beans, the requirement to take up one's bedding immediately on rising so that the impression of the body could not be read by diviners, the specific dietary restrictions, and the obligation of 5 years of silent listening before the novice was permitted to speak in the presence of Pythagoras, are as mysterious to modern scholarship as the content of the Eleusinian mysteries. Their specific rationale the subject of speculation, but not of certain knowledge, preserved in the fragments of the ancient sources with the same incompleteness that characterizes the record of every institution whose essential practices were never written down. Fact 4. The Assassins, the original terrorist network. The Assassins, the members of the Nizari Ismaili Muslim sect, founded by Hassan I-Sabbah at the mountain fortress of Alama in the Alborz Mountains of northern Persia in 1090 CE, whose particular combination of the strict hierarchical organization, the theological doctrine of the hidden imam whose true teaching was accessible only to the initiated, the tactical deployment of individual political murder as the primary instrument of political influence, and the specific reputation for fanatical loyalty to their leader that the combination of their mountain isolation, their rigorous training, and the specific psychological conditioning of the initiation process created, were the most feared and the most mythologized secret organization of the medieval Islamic world, and the source of the specific vocabulary through which the concept of the political assassination entered both the Arabic and the European languages. The word assassin itself, whose derivation from the Arabic hashishin, meaning users of hashish, was recorded by the Crusaders who encountered the Nizari organization in Syria, and whose specific connection to the drug remains debated by modern scholars, some arguing that the term referred to the drug's actual use in the initiation or the conditioning of the Fedayeen, the self-sacrificing members who carried out the killings, and others arguing that it was a term of abuse applied to the organization by its enemies without any specific pharmacological basis, entered the European languages through the Crusader accounts of the organization's operations in the Levant, and eventually gave every modern language its word for the specific act of politically motivated individual murder. The specific genius of Hassan I-Sabbah's organization was the recognition that a small, well-organized, and ideologically committed group could exert political influence, vastly disproportionate to its numbers through the targeted killing of specific leaders, the psychological effect of the assassination, the demonstration that no position of power, no palace guard, no political calculation could protect the intended target from the assassin's blade, being as consequential as the physical act. The specific uncertainty it created about who might be the next target being the primary instrument of political leverage that the organization deployed. Fact 5. The Knights Templar, warrior monks and their secrets. The Knights Templar, the military religious order founded in Jerusalem in approximately 1119 CE by the French knight Hugues de Payens and 8 companions, initially dedicated to the protection of Christian pilgrims on the roads of the Holy Land, subsequently expanded into the most powerful and the most wealthy military organization in the medieval Western world. Their network of preceptories extending from England to the Holy Land, managing the financial and the logistical infrastructure of the crusading enterprise, and pioneering the specific financial instruments, the letter of credit, the international money transfer that anticipated the development of the modern banking system, are the most romanticized and the most conspiracy theorized of all the medieval secret organizations, their suppression by the French King Philip IV in 1307, whose simultaneous arrest of all Templars in France on the morning of Friday, the 13th of October, giving rise to the specific superstition about that specific date, and the subsequent torture of the arrested knights that produced confessions of heresy, sodomy, and the worship of a mysterious idol called the Baphomet, creating the specific combination of the destroyed archive and the forced confession that has generated 5 centuries of speculation about what the Templars actually believed and what secret knowledge they may have possessed. The specific charges brought against the Templars at their trial, the denial of Christ at the initiation ceremony, the obscene kiss, the worship of the Baphomet, and the specific practice of sodomy, were the standard accusations brought against any organization that the medieval church wished to destroy, their specific occurrence in the Templar trial telling us more about the prosecutorial methods of Philip IV's inquisitors than about the actual practices of the order, whose destruction was motivated primarily by the French crown's desire to eliminate the enormous debts it owed the Templars, and to seize the order's considerable wealth, rather than by any genuine theological concern about the content of its rituals. Fact 6. The Rosicrucians, the brotherhood that may not have existed. Rosicrucian movement, the mysterious philosophical and esoteric tradition whose existence was announced to the world by 3 anonymous pamphlets published in Germany between 1614 and 1616, the Pharma Fraternitates, the Confessio Fraternitates, and the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosicrucians, which described a secret brotherhood of learned men in possession of a comprehensive wisdom combining the Christian faith, the Hermetic philosophy, the alchemical tradition, and a specific medical knowledge capable of healing all diseases, founded by the legendary figure Christian Rosicrucians, who had traveled to the east and returned with the ancient wisdom of the Arabs and the Egyptians, created one of the most consequential intellectual controversies of the 17th century, despite the persistent uncertainty about whether the brotherhood the pamphlets described actually existed as an organized society, or was rather a literary fiction whose specific purpose was the promulgation of a specific reform program for European intellectual and spiritual life. The specific intellectual content of the Rosicrucian manifestos, the synthesis of Hermetic philosophy, Paracelsian medicine, Lutheran theology, and alchemical mysticism in a vision of a universal reform of the human condition through the recovery of the ancient wisdom that had been lost since the fall of Adam, was the most comprehensive statement of the Renaissance esoteric tradition's aspirations for the transformation of European intellectual and spiritual life, and its specific influence on the subsequent development of the Hermetic and the Masonic traditions in the 17th and 18th centuries was profound, whether or not the brotherhood the pamphlets described had any institutional reality. The specific genius of the Rosicrucian hoax, if it was a hoax, was the creation of an invisible college whose members could identify themselves to one another without any formal institutional structure. The specific claim that the brotherhood's members moved among the ordinary population, indistinguishable from their neighbors, recognizable only by the specific signs that the initiated would know to look for, creating a community of readers who could imagine themselves as members of a secret organization without any organizational infrastructure to betray them. Fact 7. The Freemasons, the world's most famous secret society. Freemasonry, the fraternal organization whose formal founding in the establishment of the Grand Lodge of England in London in 1717, marked the beginning of the organized Masonic movement, whose subsequent spread across Europe and the Americas in the 18th and 19th centuries, created the largest and the most widely distributed network of secret fraternal lodges in the history of the world. Their membership at the height of the movement's influence in the 19th century, estimated at several million men across dozens of countries, is simultaneously the most studied, the most misrepresented, the most persecuted, and the most influential of all the modern secret society traditions. Its particular combination of the elaborate ritual system derived from the symbolism of the medieval stonemason's craft, the Enlightenment values of reason, tolerance, and universal brotherhood. The practical network of mutual assistance among its members, and the specific secrecy of its rituals and its organizational details, creating an institution that has attracted the suspicion of governments, churches, and conspiracy theorists across 3 centuries, while producing a disproportionate number of the political leaders, the military commanders, the scientists, and the cultural figures whose work has shaped the modern world. The Masonic initiation, whose 3 basic degrees of entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason, correspond to the 3 stages of the medieval stonemason's career, and whose specific ritual content, including the dramatic reenactment of the murder of the legendary architect Hiram Abiff, who is said to have built Solomon's Temple, and who refused to reveal the master mason's secret word to those who murdered him for it, creates the specific experience of symbolic death and resurrection that every initiation system in the history of secret societies has employed as the primary mechanism for the transformation of the initiate's identity from the outsider to the insider, was the most widely performed secret ritual in the history of the Western world, conducted in essentially the same form in lodges from Edinburgh to Philadelphia to Buenos Aires across 3 centuries of Masonic activity. Fact 8. The Illuminati, the secret society that became a myth. The Bavarian Illuminati, the secret society founded on May 1, 1776 by the professor of canon law Adam Weishaupt at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria, whose original membership of 5 students grew within a decade to an estimated 2,000 members, recruited primarily from the educated liberal professional class of Germany and Austria, whose stated objective was the opposition to superstition, religious influence over public life, and the abuses of state power in a program that combined the Enlightenment rationalism of the French philosophers with the organizational secrecy of the Jesuit order whose methods Weishaupt had studied and admired, was suppressed by the Bavarian government in 1785. After less than a decade of organized existence, its members dispersed, its archives seized, and its organizational infrastructure dismantled in a government crackdown whose specific efficiency ensured that the actual Illuminati never achieved the influence they aspired to, yet whose combination of the dramatic name, the radical program, and the suppression that prevented the full historical record from being established, created the perfect conditions for the emergence of the mythology that has made the Illuminati the most extensively theorized secret organization in the history of conspiracy culture. The specific conspiracy theory that emerged in the decades following the Illuminati's suppression, developed most influentially by the Scottish scientist John Robison in his 1797 work Proofs of a Conspiracy, and the French Jesuit Augustin Barruel in his 4-volume Memoirs illustrating the history of Jacobinism of 1797 to 1798. Both of whom argued that the Illuminati had not been destroyed, but had gone underground, and had orchestrated the French Revolution as the first step in a planned global revolution against Christianity and traditional social order, was the founding text of the modern conspiracy tradition, its specific combination of the documented existence of a real secret society, the dramatic political upheaval of the revolution that required explanation, and the specific explanatory power of the hidden hand behind historical events, creating the template for every subsequent conspiracy theory about secret organizations controlling the course of world events. Fact 9. The Skull and Bones, America's elite secret. Skull and Bones, the secret society founded at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut in 1832, by the student William Huntington Russell, following his return from a year of study in Germany, where he had encountered the specific student fraternal culture of the German universities, and whose subsequent history, as the most exclusive and the most politically connected of the American collegiate secret societies, has made it the primary example in the American cultural imagination of the specifically American tradition of the elite secret network, whose members shared experience of the initiation, the shared secrets, and the specific bonds of loyalty created in the tomb, the society's windowless neoclassical building on the Yale campus, provides the social capital and the mutual obligation whose cultivation is the primary practical function of the organization, is the most consequential of the American secret societies in terms of the political influence of its membership. Its approximately 800 living members, including at any given time, a remarkable concentration of the American political, financial, legal, and intelligence establishment, whose specific density at the highest levels of American public life has made the society's membership lists the subject of sustained journalistic investigation and sustained popular fascination. The specific initiation ritual of Skull and Bones, whose content has been partially revealed by former members and by the journalists who have investigated the society, the candidate required to lie in a coffin and confess their most intimate secrets to the assembled membership in a ritual whose specific combination of the physical vulnerability, the emotional exposure, and the reciprocal vulnerability created by the equally compromising confessions of the existing members creates the specific psychological bond that the initiation is designed to produce, is less elaborate and less symbolically rich than the Masonic initiation it in some respects resembles, but serves the same fundamental social function. The creation of a community of mutual knowledge and mutual obligation, whose specific bonds are stronger than those of ordinary friendship precisely because they are sealed by the shared experience of vulnerability and the shared commitment to the secrecy that protects all members equally. Fact 10. Secret Societies at 10. 10 facts into the history of secret societies, and already the story has revealed its fundamental character. The human need to gather in circles within circles, to mark the boundary between the known and the unknown, the initiated and the uninitiated, the trusted and the merely acquainted. We have stood at the threshold of the Telesterion at Eleusis, and felt the specific quality of a secret kept so completely that 2.5 millennia of scholarship have not broken it. The Eleusinian initiates emerging transformed from the experience of the mystery, their faces changed by what they had seen, their fear of death dissolved by the specific encounter with the goddess whose myth they had enacted in their own bodies. We have climbed the mountain to Elamat, and understood that the assassins' power was not in their numbers or their weapons, but in the specific uncertainty they created, the knowledge that any leader, however well protected, might be the next target. We have watched Philip IV of France arrest every Templar in France on a single morning, and understood that the destruction of a secret society leaves behind exactly the kind of incomplete record in which the most elaborate theories can grow. We have met the Illuminati, the most famous secret society in the world that lasted less than a decade, and understood that the myth of the Illuminati is more consequential than the reality ever was, the specific combination of the dramatic name and the suppressed archive creating the perfect conditions for the conspiracy theory whose elaboration has occupied a significant portion of the human imagination for the past 2 centuries. 10 facts in. The shadows deepen. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 11. The Carbonari Revolution's secret army. The Carbonari, the clandestine political organization whose name, meaning the charcoal burners, derived from the specific imagery of the charcoal makers of the Neapolitan forests among whom the organization may have had its origin, and whose network of cells, called Vendite, spread across the Italian peninsula and into France and Spain in the decade following the Napoleonic Wars, enrolling in their membership the liberal and nationalist intellectuals, the military officers, the lawyers, and the merchants who shared conviction that the restoration of the pre-Napoleonic monarchies represented an intolerable betrayal of the political ideals of the French Revolution, provided the organizational energy of the most consequential revolutionary secret society of the early 19th century, were the primary vehicle of the liberal and nationalist revolutionary movements of Southern Europe between approximately 1815 and 1831. Their specific combination of the ritual structure borrowed from Freemasonry, the cellular organization that limited the exposure of the membership to infiltration by the police of the restored monarchies, and the specific political program of constitutional government and national liberation, creating the organizational model that the revolutionary secret societies of the subsequent decades would imitate and elaborate. The Carbonari initiation ritual, conducted in the Vendita whose members, organized in a hierarchy of masters, companions and apprentices, whose terminology echoed the Masonic degrees from which the system was derived, admitted the new member through a ceremony whose specific combination of the theatrical staging, the oath whose violation was threatened with the most severe consequences, and the gradual revelation of the organization's secrets created the experience of crossing a threshold from the ordinary political world into the specific world of the revolutionary conspiracy, was the primary mechanism through which the organization created the psychological bonds of loyalty and the sense of shared commitment that sustained its members through the years of clandestine activity, the police surveillance, and the periodic violent suppression that defined the experience of belonging to the Carbonari in the years of the Restoration. Among the most famous members of the Carbonari were the poet Lord Byron, who joined the organization during his years in Italy, and the young Giuseppe Mazzini, whose subsequent founding of the Young Italy movement drew directly on the Carbonari model, while attempting to correct what Mazzini understood as the organization's structural weaknesses, its excessive secrecy, its lack of a positive political program, and its failure to connect the revolutionary conspiracy of the educated elite to the broader popular movement, without which, Mazzini argued, no lasting political transformation was possible. Fact 12. The Thuggee, India's murderous brotherhood. The Thuggee, the criminal fraternity whose members, known as thugs, operated across the Indian subcontinent from at least the 13th century CE until their systematic suppression by the British colonial administration under William Sleeman between 1830 and 1870, traveling in disguise as ordinary merchants and pilgrims, infiltrating the caravans of travelers on the roads of India, and murdering their victims by strangulation with a ceremonial cloth noose, called the rumal in the service of the goddess Kali, whose worship the Thuggee understood as the theological justification and the cosmic framework for the murders that provided the organization with the valuables of its victims, were the most extensively documented criminal secret society in the history of the pre-modern world. Their suppression by the British colonial administration, producing the most systematic official investigation of a secret criminal organization conducted before the 20th century, and generating in the process the ethnographic record of the Thuggee's rituals, beliefs, and organizational structure that constitutes the primary source for modern knowledge of the movement. The specific religious framework of the Thuggee, the belief that Kali had created the thugs as her special servants, charged with the task of periodically reducing the human population that would otherwise overwhelm the earth, and that the specific act of the ritual strangulation, performed without the shedding of blood, in a method that Kali herself had taught the original thugs, was an act of divine service whose practitioners were protected by the goddess and exempted from the ordinary moral prohibition on killing, is the most consequential example in the history of criminal organizations of the specific capacity of religious belief to provide a comprehensive moral justification for acts that the ordinary moral framework would prohibit. The Thuggees' conviction that their murders were acts of worship, rather than crimes, creating the specific psychological insulation from remorse that allowed them to commit the estimated 50,000 to 2 million murders that various estimates attribute to the organization across the centuries of its operation. The British suppression of the Thuggee, accomplished through the specific combination of the infiltration of the organization by British intelligence agents, the systematic cultivation of informers from within the fraternity, whose testimony provided the evidence for the conviction and the hanging or transportation of thousands of thugs, and the specific legal innovation of the Thuggee and Dacoity Suppression Acts that made membership in the organization itself a criminal offense regardless of proof of specific murders, was the first large-scale law enforcement campaign against a criminal secret society in the history of the modern state, and the model for the subsequent campaigns against the Mafia, the Triads, and other organized criminal networks. Fact 13. The Triads, China's shadow world. The Chinese Triad societies, the network of secret criminal and fraternal organizations whose origins in 17th century China are traditionally associated with the resistance of the anti-Qing Tiandihui, the Heaven and Earth Society, to the Manchu dynasty that had conquered China in 1644, and whose subsequent development through the 19th and 20th centuries produced the most extensively organized and the most geographically distributed criminal secret society tradition in the history of the world, their membership estimated at hundreds of thousands across the Chinese diaspora communities of Hong Kong, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, and the Western world, are the most consequential of the Asian secret society traditions, and the one whose specific combination of the elaborate initiation ritual, drawn from the Chinese folk religious and theatrical traditions, the specific organizational vocabulary of blood oaths, numerical codes, and secret hand signals, and the practical criminal activities that have made them the primary organized crime network of the Chinese-speaking world, creates the most complete available example of the characteristic secret society combination of the symbolic and the practical, the ritual and the operational. The Triad initiation ritual, one of the longest and the most elaborately theatrical in the history of any secret organization, involving the candidate's passage through a symbolic mountain landscape, the crossing of a bridge over water, the passage through a series of symbolic gates, the drawing of blood from the fingertip to mix with wine in the blood oath that sealed the initiate's membership, and the recitation of the 36 oaths whose violation was threatened with the specific punishments. Death by the swords of heaven and earth, that the ritual invoked, was developed in the specific context of the anti-Qing resistance movement, and drew on the rich visual and theatrical vocabulary of the Chinese popular religious and operatic traditions in a synthesis whose specific combination of the political mythology of the Ming Restoration and the folk religious imagery of the Three Harmonies created an initiation experience of considerable theatrical power. The specific numerical symbolism of the Triad tradition, the number 36 of the Oaths, the number 108 of the original heroes of the Resistance, the use of three-digit numbers beginning with 4 to designate specific ranks and specific functions within the organization, derives from the Chinese numerological tradition, in which specific numbers carry specific symbolic meanings. The number 3, whose multiple appearances in the organization's symbolism, encoding the 3 harmonies of heaven, earth, and man that give the Triads their name. Fact 14, the Opus Dei, God's work in the shadows. Opus Dei, the Catholic organization founded in Madrid in 1928 by the Spanish priest Josemaria Escrivá, formally approved by the Vatican in 1950, granted the status of a personal prelature, a unique canonical structure giving it a degree of independence from local bishops, by Pope John Paul II in 1982, and numbering approximately 90,000 members worldwide in the early 21st century. Occupies a peculiar position in the typology of secret societies as an organization that is not, by any strict definition, secret. Its existence, its membership statistics, and the broad outlines of its theology and its spirituality are publicly available, but that has been consistently characterized as secretive by its critics because of the specific combination of the confidentiality maintained by members about their affiliation. The specific distinction between the organization's public face and the specific internal practices, whose details are not publicized, and the disproportionate influence that the organization's members are alleged to exercise in the Catholic Church, in conservative political movements, and in the judiciary and the legal profession of several countries. The specific practices of Opus Dei's numerary members, the celibate members who live in Opus Dei centers and dedicate their lives to the organization's apostolic mission, include the mortification of the flesh, whose most controversial expression is the wearing of the cilice, a spiked chain worn around the thigh for 2 hours each day, and the practice of self-flagellation with a knotted cord called the discipline, both of which are understood within the organization's spirituality as methods of spiritual discipline in the tradition of Catholic asceticism, but which critics have characterized as physically harmful and psychologically coercive. The organization's critics, including the network of former members who have described their experience of Opus Dei in terms that emphasize the psychological pressure to recruit, the discouraged contact with family members who are not members, and the specific techniques through which the organization maintains the loyalty of its members, have made Opus Dei the subject of more sustained critical scrutiny than any other Catholic organization. Its specific combination of the mainstream religious affiliation and the specifically intensive internal culture, creating the characteristic profile of an organization that is not technically secret, but whose interior life is sufficiently opaque to the outside world to generate the specific suspicion that secrecy tends to produce. Fact 15, the Freemasons and the founding of America. The specific relationship between Freemasonry and the founding of the United States, the question of how many of the founding fathers were Masons, what role the specifically Masonic values of reason, tolerance, and universal brotherhood played in the intellectual formation of the revolutionary generation, and whether the specific imagery of the Great Seal of the United States, whose reverse bears the unfinished pyramid, topped by the all-seeing eye that the popular imagination has associated with Freemasonry, reflects a specifically Masonic design program, is the most extensively debated question in the intersection of American history and the history of secret societies. Its answer considerably more nuanced and considerably less dramatic than the conspiracy literature on either side of the question tends to suggest. The factual basis of the connection is substantial. 13 of the 39 signers of the Constitution were confirmed Masons, as were the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army and First President George Washington, whose Masonic membership was public and whose Masonic funeral was conducted according to the full Masonic ritual at Alexandria Lodge No. 22 in Virginia in 1799. Benjamin Franklin was a Mason and had served as Grand Master of the Provincial Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. Paul Revere was a Mason who served as Grand Master of the Massachusetts Grand Lodge. The specific Masonic values of the Enlightenment, the belief in reason as the primary instrument of human progress, the conviction that the arbitrary authority of the hereditary monarch and the established church were the primary obstacles to human flourishing, and the specific understanding of universal brotherhood that crossed the boundaries of nationality and confession, were the values that the revolutionary generation shared with the Masonic tradition. The lodge having been for many of them the specific social institution in which those values were cultivated and expressed before the revolution, provided the political context for their implementation. The Great Seal's all-seeing eye, however, was not a Masonic symbol in the late 18th century. It was a broadly Christian symbol of divine providence that the seal's designer Charles Thompson drew from the iconographic tradition of the Christian Church rather than from the Masonic ritual. Its subsequent association with Freemasonry being a product of the 19th century's proliferating conspiracy theories rather than the original intent of the designers. Fact 16. The Ku Klux Klan, when secrecy serves hatred. The Ku Klux Klan, the American white supremacist organization founded in Pulaski, Tennessee in December 1865, by 6 former Confederate officers whose specific combination of the fraternal organization's ritual structure, the theatrical costuming of the white robes and the conical hoods, whose specific visual effect of anonymity and menace, was both practically useful for the concealment of the members' identities during the acts of terror, the organization committed and symbolically resonant in the specific Southern Gothic cultural context from which the organization emerged, and the systematic campaign of violence, intimidation, and murder against the freed black population of the Reconstruction South and the white Republicans who supported their political rights, is the most consequential and the most morally unambiguous example in the history of the United States of the specific capacity of the secret organization's characteristic combination of anonymity, shared ritual, and mutual obligation to sustain and amplify the worst impulses of its members rather than the best. The first Klan's organizational structure, the quasi-Masonic hierarchy of Grand Wizards, Grand Dragons, Grand Titans, and Grand Cyclopes presiding over the realms, dominions, provinces, and dens into which the membership was organized, was deliberately designed to create the impression of an organized national conspiracy, while actually providing its local chapters with the operational independence to conduct the specific acts of violence against specific individuals and specific communities that the national organization could plausibly deny ordering. The specific psychological function of the costume, the anonymity of the hood, the de-individuation of the identical white robes, the specific visual transformation of the individual Klansman from a recognizable person into an interchangeable unit of a collective terror, was the most direct and the most honest expression of the secret organization's most fundamental appeal. The dissolution of the individual moral responsibility in the collective identity of the initiate who has crossed the threshold and now acts not as a person but as a member, the specific sins committed in the hood being understood within the organization's internal culture as acts of the brotherhood rather than of the individual. Fact 17. The Thule Society, the occult roots of Nazism. The Thule Society, the occultist and Völkisch secret society, founded in Munich in 1918 by Rudolf von Sebetendorf, whose membership included several of the individuals who would go on to found the Nazi Party, and whose specific combination of the Norse mythology, the Germanic racial mysticism, the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and the political activism against the Bavarian Soviet Republic of 1919 created the ideological and organizational seedbed from which the Nazi movement grew, is the most consequential of the occultist secret societies of the early 20th century. Its specific contribution to the subsequent history of the world consisting less in any substantial occultist achievement than in the specific political connections it provided between the world of the German esoteric right and the emerging radical nationalism of the post-war Munich political scene. The Thule Society drew its name and its central mythology from the legendary northern land of Ultima Thule, the classical geographer's designation for the northernmost inhabited land at the edge of the world, whose appropriation by the German Völkisch movement as the mythological homeland of the Aryan race provided the specific mythological content of the organization's racial ideology. The lost civilization of the Aryan gods, who had once inhabited the polar north and whose descendants were the modern German people, being the organizing myth of a specific racist fantasy, whose translation into political ideology produced consequences whose full horror the Thule Society's founders could not have anticipated. Among the Thule Society members who went on to join the Nazi Party were Dietrich Eckart, the poet and editor who became Hitler's earliest important patron, Rudolf Hess, and Karl Harrer, who co-founded the German Workers' Party that Hitler joined in 1919 and transformed into the NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, whose subsequent history requires no rehearsal. The specific connection between the Thule Society's occultist ideology and the Nazi movement's racial politics is not a straightforward one. Hitler himself was contemptuous of occultism, and the Nazis eventually suppressed most of the occultist organizations of the Weimar period. But the specific individuals and the specific ideas that moved from the one to the other created a connection whose historical consequences were catastrophic beyond any calculation. Fact 18. The Black Hand, the assassination that started a war. The Black Hand, the Serbian secret military society, whose formal name was Ujedinjenj ili Smrt, Union or Death, founded in Belgrade in 1911 by Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijevic, known as Arpis, and a group of Serbian army officers who shared conviction that the Kingdom of Serbia's political leadership was insufficiently committed to the goal of uniting all South Slav peoples under Serbian leadership, provided the specific political motivation for the founding of an organization that would pursue that goal through the specific methods of political assassination, terrorist violence, and the covert organization of armed resistance in the territories of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is the secret society, whose single most consequential act in the entire history of secret organizations was the organization and the support of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, an act that triggered the chain of mobilizations and ultimatums that produced the First World War. The specific role of the Black Hand in the Sarajevo assassination, whose operational planning was conducted by the organization's contact in Bosnia, Vojislav Tanković, who trained and equipped the 7 young Bosnian conspirators, of whom the 19-year-old Gavrilo Princip was the one who fired the fatal shots, was not a direct command from the society's leadership, but a facilitation of the specific nationalist aspirations of the Bosnian Young Bosnia movement, whose members shared the Black Hand's goal of South Slav unity, but operated with a degree of independence from the Belgrade organization that has made the precise allocation of responsibility for the assassination between the Black Hand's leadership and the Young Bosnia conspirators a matter of historical debate for more than a century. The specific irony of the Black Hand's role in precipitating the First World War is that the war whose beginning the assassination triggered produced, through the defeat of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the subsequent peace settlement, precisely the South Slav unified state, Yugoslavia, that the society's founders had sought to create, the organization's most consequential act having achieved its intended political objective at the cost of 37 million lives. Fact 19. The Bilderberg Group, the elite meeting in secret. The Bilderberg Group, the annual conference of approximately 120 to 150 political leaders, finance ministers, heads of major corporations, and senior intelligence officials from Europe and North America, first convened at the Hotel de Bilderberg in Oosterbeek in the Netherlands in May 1954, at the initiative of the Polish-Dutch politician Joseph Rettinger and the Dutch Prince Bernhard, and meeting annually since in rotating locations whose specific attendance list, agenda, and proceedings have been kept confidential, is the most consequential of the contemporary elite networks that occupy the space between the conventional secret society and the ordinary private gathering, its particular combination of the extraordinary concentration of political and economic power among its attendees, the deliberate confidentiality of its proceedings, and the specific organizational structure that prevents the official minutes of its discussions from being published, creating the specific profile of an organization that is not technically secret. Its existence, its general membership, and its broad agenda are publicly known, but whose specific discussions are sufficiently confidential to generate the same kind of conspiracy theorizing that attaches to genuinely secret organizations. The specific political significance of the Bilderberg Group lies not in any formal decision-making authority. The group has no institutional power and produces no binding resolutions, but in the specific social function of the annual meeting, as a venue for the cultivation of the informal relationships among the leaders of the Atlantic political and economic establishment, whose conversations in the corridors and the dining rooms of the Bilderberg Hotel are as consequential as the formal sessions, the specific combination of the physical proximity, the shared confidentiality, and the repeated annual contact, creating the network of mutual knowledge and mutual trust, whose maintenance is the primary practical product of the organization. The conspiracy theories that have attached themselves to the Bilderberg Group, ranging from the relatively restrained claim that it functions as an unofficial coordinating body for a transatlantic elite, whose shared interests are not always aligned with those of the democratic publics their members nominally serve, to the more extravagant claims of world government planning and the coordination of global events, reflect the specific epistemological problem created by the combination of the genuine power of the attendees and the genuine confidentiality of the proceedings. Fact 20. Secret societies at 20. 20 facts into the history of secret societies, and the story has grown from the mystery cults of ancient Greece to the elite annual gatherings of the contemporary Atlantic establishment, from the ritual strangulation of the Thuggee to the political assassination of the Black Hand, from the Masonic lodges of the Founding Fathers to the white robes of the Klan. We have stood at the threshold of every kind of initiation, the candidate lying in the symbolic coffin of the Masonic Master Mason degree, the Carbonari novice taking the oath in the Vendita, while the restored monarchy's police searched the streets outside, the Triad initiate crossing the symbolic bridge in the candlelit ceremony, whose theatrical power derived from 2,000 years of Chinese folk religious tradition, and recognized in all of them the same fundamental act. The crossing of a boundary that cannot be uncrossed, the acceptance of a knowledge, and an obligation that changes the relationship between the initiate and the uninitiated world. We have also stood with the Vril Society in the Munich of 1918, and felt the specific chill of recognizing the seedbed from which the worst political catastrophe of the 20th century grew. We have watched the Ku Klux Klan use the fraternal organization's specific tools, the anonymous costume, the ritual, the mutual obligation, in the service of terror, the hood dissolving the individual moral responsibility in the collective identity of the member. These are not aberrations of the secret society tradition. They are its most honest expressions of what the dissolution of individual identity in collective belonging can produce when the shared secret is not wisdom, but hatred. 80 facts remain. The story deepens into the shadows. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. **** Fact 21. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Magic as a System. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the magical fraternity founded in London in 1888 by the Freemason and Rosicrucian William Wynne Westcott and his colleagues Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers and William Robert Woodman, whose specific combination of the Kabbalah, the Hermetic philosophy, the Enochian magic of John Dee, the tarot, astrology, and the elaborate grade system of initiations, whose progressive revelation of the order's magical curriculum created the most comprehensive synthesis of Western esoteric knowledge assembled by any organization in the 19th century, was the most intellectually consequential magical organization in the history of the modern Western esoteric tradition. Its particular achievement of systematizing the scattered elements of the Hermetic tradition into a coherent and practically applicable curriculum of magical training, producing a body of teaching whose influence on the subsequent development of Western occultism extended far beyond the order's own relatively brief period of active operation into the 20th century's diverse esoteric landscape. The Golden Dawn's initiation system, 10 grades corresponding to the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, each grade associated with a specific body of magical knowledge, a specific set of ritual practices, and a specific level of understanding of the Hermetic philosophical framework, the candidate progressing through the grades in a sequence that revealed the order's complete magical system in a deliberate and graduated sequence, was the most elaborate and the most philosophically coherent initiation system in the history of any magical organization. Its specific combination of the traditional Masonic framework of progressive degrees with the specific content of the Western esoteric tradition, creating a pedagogical structure whose internal logic reflected a genuine attempt to organize the transmission of a complex body of knowledge in a systematic and effective way, rather than merely the theatrical staging of mystery for its own sake. Among the Golden Dawn's most famous members were the poet William Butler Yeats, who remained a committed member for decades, and whose specific engagement with the order's magical system shaped his poetry, his mythology, and his philosophical system as expressed in a vision, the novelist Arthur Machen, the actress Florence Farr, and most notoriously, Aleister Crowley, whose admission to the order and subsequent expulsion by Mathers precipitated the factional warfare that eventually destroyed the original organization, leaving behind a legacy of derived orders and individual practitioners whose collective influence on the Western esoteric tradition has been as extensive as any single organization in the modern period. Fact 22. The Mafia, the secret society that became a state asterisk. Mafia, the Sicilian criminal organization whose origins in the specific social conditions of 19th century Sicily, where the weakness of the Italian state's authority in the rural interior created the space for the development of a parallel system of order maintenance, dispute resolution, and protection whose practitioners, the mafiosi, occupied the specific social role of the informal power broker whose capacity for violence made their mediation services both valuable and unavoidable, is the most extensively studied and the most widely known criminal secret society in the history of the modern world. Its specific combination of the blood oath of initiation, the Omerta Code of Silence whose violation was punishable by death, the family-based organizational structure, and the specific cultural embedding in the communities it controlled, creating an organization of extraordinary resilience and extraordinary adaptability, whose transplantation to the United States through the immigration of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, produced the most consequential organized crime network in American history. The Mafia's initiation ritual, the ceremony of putting a finger, or in some accounts a saint's image, and burning it while taking the oath whose specific formulation, "I enter alive into this organization, and I will leave it only dead," encoded the specific commitment whose violation was the most serious possible act of betrayal, was the primary mechanism through which the organization created the psychological bonds of loyalty and the specific sense of membership in a community of mutual obligation that distinguished the initiated mafioso from the ordinary criminal. The specific experience of the blood oath creating a commitment whose weight was as much symbolic and psychological as it was practical. The Mafia's code of omertà, the specific obligation of silence in the face of official investigation, whose maintenance was enforced by the threat of death for the informer, and whose violation by the pentiti, the repentant members who turned state's evidence in the Italian anti-mafia campaigns of the 1980s and 1990s, provided the prosecutorial breakthroughs that produced the convictions of the organization's most senior leadership. Was the secret society's most essential operational asset, the specific silence of the membership in the face of police investigation, being the primary condition of the organization's survival across the decades of its operation. Fact 23. The Rosicrucian legacy, alchemy, hermeticism, and the invisible college. The specific intellectual legacy of the Rosicrucian manifestos, whose influence extended far beyond the question of whether the brotherhood they described actually existed, into the specific intellectual culture of the 17th century's scientific and philosophical revolution, the specific combination of the Hermetic philosophy, the alchemical tradition, and the program of universal intellectual reform that the manifestos articulated, finding its most consequential expression, not in the esoteric organizations that claimed the Rosicrucian inheritance, but in the natural philosophical circles of early modern Europe, whose specific combination of the empirical investigation of the natural world and the broader program of intellectual and social reform embodied the Rosicrucian aspiration in its most productive form. Is the most consequential case in the history of secret societies of an organization's idea outlasting and outperforming its institutional reality. The Rosicrucian vision of the invisible college of learned men, working quietly for the reform of knowledge and the improvement of the human condition, providing the specific intellectual model for the Royal Society of London. Founded in 1660 as the primary institution of the new experimental philosophy of the scientific revolution. The alchemical tradition that the Rosicrucian manifestos placed at the center of their vision of reformed knowledge, the specific combination of the experimental manipulation of matter in the quest for the philosopher's stone that could transmute base metals into gold and produce the elixir of immortality, and the symbolic and mystical interpretation of the alchemical process as a metaphor for the spiritual transformation of the practitioner, was the primary intellectual framework of the Hermetic tradition, whose synthesis, with the emerging experimental natural philosophy of the 17th century, produced one of the most complex and most productive intellectual environments in the history of science. Isaac Newton, whose massive unpublished writings on alchemy, biblical prophecy, and the Hermetic tradition reveal a mind as deeply engaged with the esoteric as with the scientific, the same intelligence that derived the laws of motion and universal gravitation, also spending decades in the alchemical laboratory, and the study of the biblical apocalypse in a combination whose specific coherence within the Hermetic worldview has only recently been fully appreciated by Newton's historians, is the most consequential single example of the specific intellectual synthesis that the Rosicrucian tradition's combination of the experimental and the esoteric produced in the minds of the most gifted practitioners of the 17th century. Fact 24. The Yakuza, Japan's organized shadow asterisk. The Yakuza, the Japanese organized crime syndicates whose origins in the specific social conditions of Tokugawa, Japan, where the specific communities of itinerant gamblers, street peddlers, and construction workers who operated at the margins of the rigidly stratified feudal social order developed the organizational structures, the hierarchical relationships, and the specific cultural codes that would eventually produce the most formally organized criminal fraternity in the world, are the most extensively ritualized of all the criminal secret societies. Their specific combination of the elaborate initiation ceremonies, the formal hierarchical structure whose specific vocabulary of Oyabunkoban, the father figure boss and the child figure subordinate, derives from the specific Japanese cultural understanding of the hierarchical relationship, the ritualized practice of yubitsume. The severing of the tip of the little finger as a formal apology for a serious transgression against the organization, and the full-body tattoo whose specific imagery of dragons, samurai, cherry blossoms, and Buddhist imagery marks the committed member and distinguishes them from the uninitiated, creating an organization whose specific cultural depth and whose specific institutional elaboration give it a character quite different from any Western criminal organization. The Yakuza's historical self-understanding, the specific mythology through which the organization presents itself as the inheritors of the samurai tradition of the Ronin, the masterless warrior whose specific combination of the martial skill, the personal code of honor, and the independence from the official social order made them the specific social type from which the Yakuza genealogy is constructed, is the most consequential example in the history of criminal organizations of the specific use of cultural mythology to construct a positive organizational identity for an institution whose actual activities are criminal. The specific claim to the samurai's code of Bushido providing the Yakuza with a cultural legitimation that the organization's social role as a provider of order and employment in the specific communities it controls has historically reinforced in the Japanese public's ambivalent relationship with organized crime. Fact 25. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the forgery that killed millions. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, the anti-Semitic hoax document purporting to describe the minutes of a secret meeting of Jewish leaders planning world domination, first published in Russia in 1903 by the journalist Pavel Krushevan, whose specific combination of the conspiracy theory framework of a secret society of Jewish elders, coordinating a global program of subversion and control, with the specific anti-Semitic stereotypes of the European Christian tradition, created a text whose power to generate hatred and violence has been disproportionate to its intellectual credibility in a way that illustrates more clearly than any other single document the specific danger of the conspiracy theory whose specific emotional appeal is independent of its evidential basis, is the most consequential forged document in the history of the modern world. Its fabrication from the plagiarism of Maurice Joly's 1864 political satire dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, demonstrated definitively by the London Times correspondent Philip Grave in 1921, its fraudulent character acknowledged by every serious scholarly and judicial examination that has investigated it since, and its influence on the subsequent history of anti-Semitic violence. Its adoption by the Nazi propaganda apparatus as a foundational text, its distribution by Henry Ford through his newspaper The Dearborn Independent, and its continued circulation in the contemporary world as a primary text of anti-Semitic conspiracy culture, responsible for contributing to an environment of hatred whose ultimate expression was the Holocaust. The specific mechanism through which the protocols achieved and maintained their influence, despite the early and thorough demonstration of their fraudulent character, reveals the specific epistemological structure of the conspiracy theory. The specific appeal of the document is not to evidence, but to the prior conviction that the conspiracy it describes must be real. The specific resilience of the belief to the demonstration of the document's forgery, reflecting the conspiracy theory's characteristic immunity to disconfirmation. The argument that the demonstration of the forgery is itself part of the conspiracy, providing the specific logical structure that makes the conspiracy theory unfalsifiable and therefore, for those who hold it, irrefutable. Fact 26. The Cosa Nostra in America, the Five Families. The American Cosa Nostra, the organized crime network established by Sicilian and Italian immigrants in the major cities of the northeastern United States in the early 20th century, whose organizational consolidation following the Atlantic City Conference of 1929 and the subsequent establishment of the Commission. The governing body of the American Mafia, whose representation of the five New York families and the most powerful regional organizations created the nearest equivalent to a formal government that American organized crime has ever possessed, was the most powerful criminal organization in the history of the United States, and the one whose specific combination of the organizational sophistication, the political corruption, the labor union penetration, and the specific cultural embedding in the Italian-American communities of the Northeast gave it a degree of institutional durability and a degree of social legitimacy in its home communities that no purely predatory criminal organization could have achieved. The Commission, established at the instigation of the visionary organizer Charles Lucky Luciano following his murder of the old Mustache Pete generation of Sicilian-born bosses in the Casalamius War of 1930 to 1931, was the most consequential innovation in the organizational history of American organized crime, its specific function as an arbitration body for disputes between the member families, a planning body for the coordination of criminal activities across organizational boundaries, and a collective enforcement mechanism for the rules of the Mafia Code, creating a structure of criminal governance, whose specific combination of the formal organizational authority and the informal personal relationships of the bosses who sat on it produced an institution whose durability. It continued to function in some form from its founding until the prosecutorial campaigns of the 1980s and 1990s shattered its leadership, reflected the genuine organizational intelligence of its architects. The specific impact of the Valachi hearings of 1963, in which the Genovese family soldier Joseph Valachi became the first member of the American Mafia to publicly testify about the organization's existence, its structure, and its rituals before a Senate subcommittee, whose televised sessions gave millions of Americans their first detailed account of the organization they had previously known only through rumor and fiction, transformed the public understanding of organized crime in the United States, and provided the congressional mandate for the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970 and the RICO statute, whose subsequent deployment against the Mafia families of the Northeast was the primary legal instrument of the organization's dismantling. Fact 27. The Freemasons' Degrees, a journey through initiation. The specific structure of the Masonic degree system, the progressive initiation whose three basic degrees of entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason, are the foundation on which the appendant bodies of the York Rite and the Scottish Rite have constructed the additional degrees whose total number, in the Scottish Rite's 33-degree system, extends the basic Masonic journey from the apprentice's first entry into the lodge to the 33rd degree, whose conferral by the Supreme Council represents the highest honor available in the most widely practiced of the higher degree systems, is the most elaborate and the most philosophically self-conscious initiation system in the history of the modern Western secret society tradition, its specific combination of the theatrical ritual, the symbolic teaching, and the progressive revelation of the tradition's esoteric content, creating an educational system whose explicit purpose is the moral and intellectual formation of the initiate through the specific experience of the symbolic drama rather than through the conventional transmission of propositional knowledge. The Master Mason degree, the third and the most dramatically powerful of the basic Masonic degrees, whose central narrative is the murder of the legendary architect Hiram Abiff by three ruffians who sought to extort from him the Master's secret word, his refusal to yield the word despite the fatal violence of their attack, and his burial and subsequent symbolic raising by the Master Mason's grip from which the degree takes its most important symbol, is the most widely performed initiation ritual in the history of any secret society, conducted in essentially the same form in lodges from Edinburgh to Rio de Janeiro to Melbourne across 3 centuries of continuous Masonic practice. The specific psychological impact of the Master Mason degree, the candidate enacting the role of Hiram Abiff, experiencing the symbolic attack, the symbolic death, and the symbolic raising in a drama whose theatrical immediacy creates, for most candidates, a genuine experience of emotional intensity that the degree's subsequent teachings interpret as the symbolic death of the lower self and the raising of the higher one, is the primary mechanism through which the Masonic tradition has sought to achieve what every initiation system has sought: the transformation of the candidate's identity through the specific experience of crossing a threshold that cannot be uncrossed. Fact 28. The Weimar Courts, medieval Germany's shadow justice. The Weimar Courts, the secret judicial tribunals that operated in Westphalia in northwestern Germany from approximately the 13th to the 16th centuries, drawing their authority from a claimed delegation of imperial justice by the Holy Roman Emperors, and conducting their proceedings in a secrecy so complete that the revelation of the court's membership, proceedings, or verdicts to anyone not initiated into the system was itself a capital offense. Were the most institutionally powerful secret organization of the medieval period, and the only one in the history of the Western secret society tradition to have exercised a genuine judicial authority over a significant geographic area and a significant population, their particular combination of the formal legal framework, the initiated membership of the Freischaffen, who served as both prosecutors and judges, and the specific enforcement mechanism of the secret execution of condemned persons, who could not be brought before the court in person, creating an institution that occupied the specific boundary between the legitimate state authority and the secret society's characteristic operation outside the ordinary institutional framework. The Weimar Court's membership was organized around the specific initiation of the Freischärf, the free judge, whose admission to the court's secrets involved the oath of loyalty to the emperor and to the court, the specific instruction in the signs, the words, and the gestures through which Freischaffen recognized one another, and the specific obligation to enforce the court's sentences wherever a condemned person could be found. The rope and the knife that the Freischerf carried as the symbols of the court's sentencing authority being the specific tools with which the sentence of death was carried out by any initiated member who encountered the condemned. The Weimar court's jurisdiction extended theoretically throughout the Holy Roman Empire, but their practical authority was concentrated in Westphalia and exercised most effectively against the specific categories of offenders: heretics, sorcerers, church robbers, and those who violated the feudal order, whose crimes the ordinary courts of the period were unable or unwilling to prosecute. The court's specific combination of the claimed imperial authority and the secret membership creating an institution that served the specific function of a parallel justice system in the spaces where the ordinary legal order was insufficient. Fact 29. The Bohemian Grove, where power goes to relax. The Bohemian Grove, the private camp in the Redwood Forest of Sonoma County, California, approximately 75 miles north of San Francisco, where the members of the Bohemian Club, a private men's club founded in San Francisco in 1872 and subsequently transformed into the most exclusive social organization in the American West, gather for approximately 2 weeks each July in a retreat whose combination of the theatrical performances, the informal conversations, and the specific social environment of shared luxury in the ancient Redwood Forest creates the most consequential annual gathering of the American power elite, is the American institution that most completely embodies the specific combination of the elite networking function and the theatrical ritual that the secret society tradition has historically provided for the powerful. Its membership list reading as a directory of the American establishment whose specific concentration of former presidents, secretaries of state, military commanders, chief executives, and senior media figures in a single location for 2 weeks each summer creates the informal social network whose cultivation is the primary practical product of the retreat. The cremation of care ceremony, conducted on the first night of the encampment, in which a symbolic effigy of care, representing the worldly concerns and the professional obligations that the members are asked to leave behind for the duration of the retreat, is ceremonially burned before a 40-foot stone owl on the shore of the Grove's artificial lake. The ceremony conducted in hooded robes with torches reflected in the dark water in a theatrical staging, whose specific combination of the dramatic imagery and the philosophical intent has been the primary subject of the conspiracy theories that have attached to the Grove since the journalist Philip Weiss's 1989 article in Spy magazine first brought the ceremony to wide public attention, is not, as the conspiracy literature has sometimes claimed, a genuine occult ritual, but a theatrical performance in the tradition of the Victorian amateur dramatics that was the Bohemian Club's original raison d'etre. Its specific content, the philosophical statement that the powerful need occasional relief from their responsibilities, rather than the invocation of the specific dark forces that the imagery of the robes and the giant owl has led some observers to infer. Fact 30. Secret societies at 30. 30 facts into the history of secret societies, and the story has grown to encompass the full range of the human capacity for organized secrecy. The Philosopher's Circle in Croton, the Assassin's Cell in the Mountain Fortress, the Masonic Lodge in the Edinburgh Tavern, the Mafia's initiation in the Darkened Room, and the summer retreat in the California Redwoods, where the former presidents and the chief executives burn the effigy of care in the ancient forest. We have followed the Golden Dawn through its decade of magical creativity, Yeats in the temple, Mathers in his Egyptian vestments, Crowley destroying everything he touched, and understood that the esoteric organization is, at its best, one of the most serious attempts in the history of the Western tradition to create an institution dedicated to the transformation of consciousness and the systematic investigation of the interior life. We have watched the Rosicrucian vision of the invisible college of learned men find its most consequential expression not in any esoteric organization, but in the Royal Society, the specific Hermetic aspiration finding its most productive institutional form in the new experimental philosophy, whose methods Newton and Boyle and Hooke applied to the investigation of the natural world. We have stood with the Weimar judges in the Westphalian forest and understood that the secret judicial tribunal is not merely a curiosity of the medieval imagination, but the specific institutional response to the specific failure of the ordinary justice system, that the secret society fills the spaces that the official institutions leave empty, for good and for ill, with a reliability that the 5,000-year history of secret organizations documents with unfailing consistency. 70 facts remain. The shadows deepen around us. Rest now. This is Explore During Sleeping. Fact 31. The Jesuits, the Pope's secret army. The Society of Jesus, the religious order founded by the Spanish soldier-turned mystic Ignatius of Loyola in 1540, approved by Pope Paul III in the same year, and subsequently developed into the most disciplined, the most intellectually formidable, and the most politically consequential religious organization in the history of the Catholic Church. Occupies a peculiar position in the history of secret societies, as an organization that was entirely public in its existence and its general purposes, while being consistently characterized as a secret society by its enemies. The specific combination of the absolute obedience to the superior general that Ignatius required of his followers, the specific intelligence-gathering function that the Jesuit network of missionaries and educators performed across the Catholic world and beyond, and the specific Jesuit practice of casuistry, the case-by-case moral reasoning, whose flexibility in the application of general principles to specific situations the order's critics characterized as the teaching of how to sin without sinning, creating the specific profile of an organization that the Protestant, and eventually the Catholic enemies of the Jesuits, consistently described in the vocabulary of the secret society. The specific charge that has most persistently attached itself to the Jesuit organization, the charge of the superiors' instructions to Jesuits to pursue their goals by any means necessary, including deception, assassination, and the manipulation of kings and governments, derives from a specific document, the Monita Secreta, or Secret Instructions of the Society of Jesus. First published in Krakow in 1614, and purporting to be the confidential instructions issued to Jesuit superiors for the governance of the order's covert political program, whose authenticity was immediately disputed by the Jesuits and has been rejected by every subsequent serious scholarly examination. The Jesuits' actual political influence, their role as the confessors of the Catholic monarchs of Europe, their direction of the Ratio Studiorum, whose educational program shaped the intellectual formation of the Catholic elite for 3 centuries, and their missionary activity in China, Japan, India, and the Americas, whose specific combination of the accommodation strategy and the rigorous intellectual preparation made them the most consequential representatives of Catholic Christianity in the non-European world, was real and substantial, but it derived from the specific combination of intellectual excellence, institutional discipline, and political access, rather than from the covert manipulation that the Jesuit conspiracy theory attributed to them. Fact 32. The Hellfire Club debauchery as secret society. The Hellfire Club, the name applied to several exclusive and deliberately scandalous organizations of the 18th century, whose members, drawn from the British and Irish aristocracy and the upper reaches of the professional class, met in specific venues whose combination of the theatrical staging, the deliberate violation of religious and social norms, and the carefully cultivated reputation for libertine excess created a specific social environment that served simultaneously as a vehicle for genuine pleasure, a form of fashionable rebellion against the conventional morality of the age, and a mechanism for the cultivation of the specific social bonds that the shared transgression of important norms creates among those who participate in it together. Are the most completely recreational of all the secret organizations in the history of the secret society tradition, their particular function as venues for the specific pleasures of the aristocratic libertine, rather than as vehicles for political, religious, or criminal purposes, giving them a character of deliberate frivolity that distinguishes them sharply from the earnest philosophical organizations, the politically motivated conspiracies, and the criminal networks that constitute the bulk of the secret society tradition. The most famous of the Hellfire Clubs was the Brotherhood of St. Francis of Wycombe, founded by the English politician Sir Francis Dashwood at his estate at West Wycombe in Buckinghamshire in the 1750s, whose members, including the Earl of Sandwich, the writer John Wilkes, and possibly Benjamin Franklin during his years in London, met in the caves below West Wycombe Hill, whose specific combination of the underground location, the theatrical staging as a mock convent with Dashwood as the abbot and the female guests designated as the nuns, and the deliberate parody of Catholic ritual, whose specific combination of the blasphemy and the theatrical created the specific atmosphere of transgressive excitement that was the primary product the organization offered its members. The specific social function of the Hellfire Club, the creation of a space in which the normal rules of aristocratic behavior were suspended, and in which the members could engage in the pleasures and the conversations that the public social world made impossible, was the most honest expression available of the secret society's fundamental appeal. The specific freedom of the interior space, the specific license that the shared secret provides, and the specific bond created by the shared experience of transgression. Fact 33. The Fenians' Island's Secret Brotherhood. The Fenian Brotherhood, the Irish Republican secret organization, founded simultaneously in Ireland as the Irish Republican Brotherhood by James Stephens, and in the United States by John O'Mahony in 1858, drawing its name from the Fianna, the legendary warrior band of the Irish mythological tradition, and dedicated to the violent overthrow of British rule in Ireland and the establishment of an independent Irish republic. It was the most consequential Irish nationalist secret society of the 19th century and the organizational ancestor of the Irish Republican Army, whose subsequent campaigns of political violence in the 20th century shaped the modern history of Ireland in the most direct possible way. The specific combination of the underground cell structure, the oath of membership whose specific formulation committed the initiate to the Republican cause regardless of the consequences to themselves or their families, and the transatlantic organizational architecture that connected the substantial Irish-American diaspora community to the movement in Ireland, creating a revolutionary organization of unusual geographic and financial reach. The Fenian movement's specific organizational innovation was the recognition that the Irish diaspora in the United States, the millions of Irish emigrants who had left Ireland in the aftermath of the Great Famine of the 1840s and whose accumulated grievance against British rule was the most powerful emotional resource available to any Irish nationalist organization, represented a financial and political base of enormous potential, whose mobilization required the specific organizational infrastructure of the fraternal secret society, whose combination of the initiation oath, the local circle, and the national coordination provided the framework for a movement that could simultaneously maintain the secrecy necessary for its clandestine operations and the organizational coherence necessary for a sustained political and military campaign. The Fenian raids on Canada, the series of armed incursions across the United States-Canada border between 1866 and 1871, in which the American wing of the Fenian Brotherhood attempted to seize Canadian territory as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the British government over Irish independence, were the most operationally ambitious actions of the organization and the most complete failures, their specific combination of the inadequate military preparation, the infiltration of the movement by British intelligence, and the ultimate reluctance of the United States government to allow its territory to be used as a base for attacks on a friendly neighboring country producing disasters, whose specific consequence was the acceleration of the Canadian Confederation, whose purpose was partly the more effective defense of the border against future Fenian incursions. Fact 34. The Vril Society, the occult legend of Nazi Germany. The Vril Society, the semi-legendary occultist organization whose supposed existence in pre-Nazi Germany, has been one of the most enduring and the most consequential myths in the entire literature of Nazi occultism. Its name derived from the fictional psychic energy described in Edward Bulwer Lytton's 1871 science fiction novel The Coming Race and its alleged activities, including the channeling of the Vril force through the mediumship of young women, the construction of advanced aircraft based on occult principles, and the maintenance of contact with the Aryan masters of an inner Earth civilization, is the most striking example in the entire history of secret societies of an organization whose historical reality is at best extremely doubtful, but whose mythological elaboration has been so extensive and so widely accepted that the fictional society has become, in the popular imagination, as real and as consequential as any documented organization. The specific historical record of the Vril Society is essentially non-existent. The organization was not described in any contemporary document, no membership list has ever been found, and the specific claims about its activities, the construction of Vril-powered aircraft called Gensaitsflugmaskinen, the communication with beings in the hollow earth, the connection to the Thule Society and the Nazi leadership, appear first in the work of the French authors Louis Pauwels and Jacques Bergier in their 1960 book The Morning of the Magicians. A work of speculative history whose specific combination of genuine historical research, dramatic speculation, and deliberate blurring of the boundary between the documented and the imagined created the myth that subsequent writers have elaborated into an increasingly detailed and increasingly fictional account. The Vril Society's mythological function, the specific explanatory role it plays in the conspiracy literature as the hidden source of Nazi ideology and Nazi technology, the occult organization whose esoteric program provides the hidden logic behind the otherwise inexplicable evil of the Nazi movement, reflects the specific psychological appeal of the secret society explanation for historical events whose scale and whose character seem to exceed the ordinary capacity of human institutions to produce. Fact 35. Freemasonry and the Catholic Church, a century of conflict. The relationship between Freemasonry and the Catholic Church, the sustained institutional conflict that began with the first papal condemnation of the Masonic lodges in Clement, XII's 1738 bull in Eminenti, and continued through 20 subsequent papal condemnations to the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith's 1983 declaration that Catholics who join Masonic lodges are in a state of grave sin. A conflict whose duration of nearly 3 centuries makes it the longest sustained confrontation between a religious institution and a secret organization in the history of either, is the most consequential single episode in the political history of Freemasonry, and the one whose specific dynamics reveal most clearly the specific nature of the threat that the secret society poses to the institutions of established authority. The Catholic Church's objections to Freemasonry were not primarily theological. The charge that Masonry was a form of religious indifferentism, treating all religious traditions as equally valid paths to a common truth, was theologically serious but not unprecedented in the Church's experience of Enlightenment rationalism, but institutional and political. The specific combination of the Masonic lodge's organizational independence from any ecclesiastical authority, their specific recruitment of the educated professional class, whose allegiance the Church needed for the maintenance of its social influence, and their specific promotion of the Enlightenment values of religious toleration and the separation of church and state that directly threatened the Church's social position, created an institution that the Church correctly identified as a competitor for the loyalty and the values of precisely the social classes whose defection to the Enlightenment was the primary threat to the Church's cultural dominance in the 18th and 19th centuries. The specific political conflict that this institutional competition generated, the alignment of Freemasonry with the liberal and anti-clerical political movements of the 19th century in France, Italy, Spain, and Latin America, and the alignment of the Catholic Church with the conservative and traditionalist political movements that opposed those same movements, creating a political landscape in which the Masonic Lodge and the confessional were the organizational centers of 2 opposed political cultures, was the most consequential political expression of the conflict in its most intense period, the specifically Italian dimension of this conflict, in which the Masonic lodges of the Risorgimento provided the organizational infrastructure of the movement for Italian unification, whose completion required the seizure of the Papal States and the end of the Pope's temporal sovereignty, being the most direct and the most personally consequential expression for the institution of the papacy. Fact 36. The Odessa Network, Nazis in the Shadows. Odessa, the acronym standing for Organisation der ehemaligen SS-Angehörigen, the organization of former SS members, the alleged post-war Nazi escape network, whose existence as a coordinated organization with a specific leadership, a specific financing structure, and a specific operational program for facilitating the escape of wanted SS officers and Nazi war criminals from Allied justice through the Ratlins. The specific escape routes running through Austria and Italy to the neutral countries of Spain and Portugal, and thence to South America, the Middle East, and other havens, has been one of the most contested questions in the history of post-war intelligence. The specific combination of the documented escape of numerous senior Nazi figures through these routes, and the lack of clear evidence for the specific centralized organization that the Odessa theory posits, creating the characteristic epistemological problem of the conspiracy theory, whose core claim is plausible, but whose specific institutional elaboration cannot be confirmed from the available documentary evidence. The documented reality of the post-war Nazi escape routes is not in question. Numerous senior SS officers, including Adolf Eichmann, who was captured by Israeli intelligence in Argentina in 1960 and executed in Israel in 1962, Joseph Mengele, who escaped to South America and lived there until his death by drowning in 1979, and Klaus Barbie, the Gestapo chief of Lyon, whose capture by Bolivian authorities in 1983 led to his extradition to France and his conviction for crimes against humanity, did successfully escape from Europe using specific networks of assistance that included former SS colleagues, sympathetic clergy in the Catholic Church, most notoriously the Croatian priest Krunoslav Draganovic, whose specific operation of the rat line through Rome was documented by American intelligence, and the specific complicity of the Argentine government of Juan Perón, whose immigration policies made Argentina the primary destination for Nazi fugitives in the late 1940s. The specific question of whether these individual escape operations were coordinated by a central organization called Odessa remains unresolved, the evidence suggesting that the escape routes operated through a combination of individual initiative, specific personal networks, and institutional complicity, rather than through the specific centralized organization that the Odessa narrative posits. Fact 37. The Tong, Chinese secret societies in America. The Tong, the Chinese fraternal organizations, whose establishment in the American cities of the 19th century, created initially to provide the mutual support, the dispute resolution, and the cultural continuity that the Chinese immigrant communities of the California Gold Rush and the transcontinental railroad construction required in the specific hostile social environment of the American West, whose nativist hostility expressed itself in the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the specific violent attacks on Chinese communities that accompanied it, were the primary institutions of the Chinese-American community in the century between the Gold Rush and the Second World War. Their specific combination of the legitimate social functions of the Mutual Aid Society and the criminal activities of the protection racket, the gambling operation, and the prostitution ring, creating the characteristic ambiguity of the secret organization that occupies the boundary between the legitimate and the criminal in the specific social conditions that make the ordinary institutions of the state unavailable to the community it serves. The Tong Wars, the violent conflicts between competing Tong organizations over the control of the specific criminal enterprises of the Chinatowns of San Francisco, New York, Boston, and other major American cities, fought between approximately 1880 and 1930 with the specific weapons of the hatchet men, the Bu Hao Doi, whose employment as the Tong's enforcement specialists gave the American popular press the specific imagery of the Chinatown hatchet man that defined the American popular understanding of Chinese organized crime for half a century, were the primary source of the specific fear and the specific fascination with which the American public regarded the Chinese communities of the major cities. The specific combination of the cultural opacity of the Chinese immigrant world and the genuine violence of the Tong conflicts, creating the specific environment in which the yellow peril stereotype of the sinister Chinese criminal mastermind could flourish in the American popular imagination. The Tong's social function, their provision of the employment referral, the legal assistance, the banking service, and the cultural institution that the mainstream American society denied to the Chinese immigrant, was as real and as consequential as their criminal activities. The specific combination of the legitimate and the illegitimate reflecting the characteristic adaptation of the secret society to the specific social conditions of a marginalized community. Fact 38. The Rosicrucians of the 17th century, alchemy's children. The specific alchemical tradition that lay at the heart of the Rosicrucian intellectual program, the specific combination of the experimental manipulation of matter in the laboratory and the symbolic interpretation of the alchemical process as a metaphor for the spiritual transformation of the practitioner. The philosopher's stone that transmutes base metals into gold, being simultaneously a physical substance, and a symbol for the enlightened consciousness that transforms the base material of the unrefined self into the gold of the spiritually realized person, is the most philosophically sophisticated element of the Rosicrucian inheritance, and the one whose specific influence on the subsequent development of both the Western esoteric tradition and the emerging natural philosophy of the scientific revolution was the most consequential and the most enduring. The alchemical laboratory of the 17th century, the specific physical space in which the practitioner conducted the operations of distillation, calcination, sublimation, and putrefaction that the alchemical texts prescribed, surrounded by the specific apparatus of the Athanor furnace, the alembic still, the pelican flask, and the retort whose operations the practitioner monitored through weeks and months of sustained attention to the specific colors, textures, and behaviors of the substances undergoing transformation, was simultaneously the most practically demanding and the most symbolically resonant space in the entire scientific culture of the period. The specific investment of sustained attention in the observation of material processes, creating the habits of mind, that the experimental natural philosophy would eventually develop into the systematic methodology of modern science. The specific legacy of the alchemical tradition in the history of chemistry, the specific discoveries of new substances, new reactions, and new laboratory techniques that the alchemical research program produced despite the impossibility of its primary goal of metallic transmutation, includes the discovery of phosphorus by Hennig Brand in 1669, the development of the distillation apparatus, and the systematic investigation of the properties of acids, alkalis, and metallic compounds, whose accumulation provided the empirical database from which the chemical revolution of the 18th century developed. The specific irony being that the alchemical tradition's failure to achieve its esoteric goals produced, through the specific practices it required, the practical foundation of the science that eventually replaced it. Fact 39. Anonymous, the digital secret society. Anonymous, the decentralized hacker collective, whose existence as a coherent organization is debated in the same way that the Rosicrucian Brotherhood's existence was debated in the 17th century, its members bound by the specific shared identity of the Guy Fawkes mask, the specific internet culture of the 4chan image board where the collective identity was formed, and the specific combination of the political activism, the internet trolling, and the computer hacking operations that have defined the collective's public activities since its emergence as a coherent entity around 2008, is the most direct contemporary expression of the secret society tradition in the specific cultural and technological context of the digital age. Its specific combination of the anonymous membership, the shared symbolic identity, the internal culture of initiation through demonstrated capability and cultural familiarity, and the specific operations against specific targets, creating the functional equivalent of the historical secret organization in a form perfectly adapted to the specific social and technological conditions of the 21st century internet. The Guy Fawkes mask, the specific image of the stylized smiling face, derived from the V for Vendetta graphic novel, whose appropriation by Anonymous as the primary symbol of the collective's identity created one of the most widely recognized political symbols of the early 21st century. The specific irony of the anarchist collective, adopting the face of a 17th century Catholic conspirator, being as deliberate as any of the historical secret society's symbolic choices, performs the same function for the digital collective that the Masonic apron, the Thug's Rumal, or the Klansman's hood performed for their respective organizations. The specific visual marker that simultaneously conceals the individual identity and announces the membership in a collective whose specific shared identity is more consequential, in the context of the collective's activities, than any individual face behind the mask. The specific operations of Anonymous, the distributed denial of service, attacks against the websites of governments, corporations, and individuals identified as the targets of the collective's political displeasure, the specific hacking operations that exposed confidential information from security agencies, financial institutions, and political organizations, and the specific campaigns of public pressure whose combination of the internet activism and the specific technical capabilities of the collectives, more skilled members created a form of political action without historical precedent, are the most consequential exercise of collective digital power by a non-state actor in the history of the internet. Fact 40. Secret Societies at 40. 40 facts into the history of secret societies, and the full range of the human capacity for organized secrecy has become visible. From the absolute obedience of the Jesuit novice to the deliberate transgression of the Hellfire Club, from the Fenian Circle in the Boston basement to the Anonymous Collective in the 4chan thread, from the Mafia's blood oath to the Golden Dawn's grade system. We have followed the conflict between Freemasonry and the Catholic Church through 3 centuries of mutual suspicion, and understood that the institutional conflict between the secret organization and the established authority is not merely political but existential. The lodge and the confessional competing for the same social function, the same human need for belonging and meaning, and the specific experience of the sacred. In different languages and in different spaces, but for the same ultimate prize, the loyalty and the inner life of the educated person in a world whose traditional certainties have become uncertain. We have stood in the alchemical laboratory of the 17th century and understood that the esoteric tradition and the scientific tradition were not opponents, but collaborators in the earliest decades of the modern scientific project. The specific curiosity, the specific patience, and the specific attention to the behavior of matter that the alchemical practice required being the intellectual virtues that the experimental method would eventually formalize into the methodology of modern science. 60 facts remain. The story moves deeper into the shadows. Rest now. This is Explore During Sleeping. Fact 41. The Hashishins Fortress, Alamut and its legend. The fortress of Alamut, the mountain's stronghold in the Alborz range of northern Persia, whose name, meaning eagle's nest, describes both its physical inaccessibility on a narrow rocky ridge approximately 2,000 meters above the surrounding valley, and the specific quality of the strategic vision that Hassan I Sabbah brought to its seizure in 1090 CE, recognizing in the mountain fortress's combination of the natural defensibility, the dominating view of the surrounding territory, and the specific symbolic power of a stronghold that the armies of the surrounding powers could not easily take, the perfect base for an organization whose primary weapon was not military force, but the specific psychological impact of the targeted assassination conducted from a position of apparent invulnerability, was the headquarters of the assassin organization for 166 years. Its library of 40,000 volumes, making it simultaneously the most feared military installation, and one of the most important intellectual centers in the medieval Islamic world. Its destruction by the Mongol forces of Hulagu Khan in 1256, representing one of the most consequential acts of cultural destruction in the history of the medieval Near East. The legend of the Old Man of the Mountain, the specific account of the assassin, leader's methods of recruitment and motivation, reported by the traveler Marco Polo in the 13th century, in which the potential recruits were drugged with hashish, transporting while unconscious to a hidden garden of paradise stocked with beautiful women and every pleasure, allowed to experience this paradise for several days, and then transporting back to the ordinary world with the promise that death in the service of the sheikh would return them permanently to the paradise they had briefly inhabited, is almost certainly a later elaboration of the specific mythology that the assassin organization cultivated around itself, rather than an accurate description of the actual recruitment methods, but its specific combination of the drug, the paradise, and the promise of eternal reward in exchange for the willingness to die in the service of the cause, provides the most enduring and the most psychologically acute account of the specific mechanism through which the assassin organization maintained the extraordinary loyalty and the extraordinary fearlessness of its Fedayeen operatives. The specific truth of Hassan I Saba's organizational genius was less spectacular but more consequential. The recognition that in a world of overwhelming conventional military force, the small organization that could credibly threaten the personal safety of any leader, however well protected, possessed a form of deterrent power whose psychological effect could substitute for the military power it lacked. Fact 42. The White Lotus Society, China's Millennial Rebels. The White Lotus Society, the Chinese popular religious and political movement, whose origins in the Buddhist sectarian traditions of the Song dynasty period, produced, through the specific combination of the millenarian theology of the imminent arrival of the Maitreya Buddha, who would inaugurate a new age of peace and justice, the specific organizational structure of the religious fraternity, bound by initiation oath and mutual obligation, and the specific social conditions of the rural poor, whose accumulated misery under the successive dynasties made the millenarian promise of the transformed world the most compelling available framework for political mobilization, was the most persistent and the most consequential secret organization in the entire history of Chinese popular religion, its recurrent rebellions against the established dynasty recurring with a regularity across the Yuan, Ming, and Qing periods that reflected the specific structural tensions of the Chinese agricultural economy rather than the specific ideology of any particular branch of the society. The White Lotus theology, whose specific combination of the Buddhist concept of the Maitreya's coming, the Manichaean dualism of the battle between light and darkness, and the Taoist concept of the cosmic cycle, whose completion would inaugurate the New Age, created a specifically Chinese millenarian vision, whose appeal to the rural poor of the North China Plain was as immediate and as politically mobilizing as any revolutionary ideology in the subsequent history of Chinese political thought. Was the religious framework within which the specific experience of the peasant's misery was given cosmic significance, the specific drought, the specific tax extortion, the specific flood whose destruction of the harvest left the family facing starvation, being understood not as the arbitrary cruelties of an indifferent universe, but as the specific signs of the cosmic crisis whose resolution the Maitreya's arrival would accomplish, transforming the specific suffering of the specific individual into a participant in the most consequential drama of the cosmos. The White Lotus Rebellion of 1796 to 1804, the most extensive of the many White Lotus uprisings in Chinese history, spreading across 5 provinces of central China and requiring 9 years of costly military campaigning to suppress, was the event that most clearly demonstrated to the Qing dynasty the structural fragility of an empire whose administrative corruption had reached the point at which the basic obligations of governance, the maintenance of the flood control infrastructure, the management of the granary system, the honest collection of the land tax, were no longer being discharged, the specific White Lotus theology providing the organizational and the emotional framework for the rebellion, but the specific administrative failure of the Qing state providing its material cause. Fact 43. The Propaganda Due, Italy's shadow government. Propaganda Due, the Masonic Lodge, whose Italian designation P2, from the Propaganda No. 2 Lodge of the Grand Orient d'Italia, concealed behind the generic Masonic organizational vocabulary, one of the most consequential political conspiracies in the post-war history of any Western democracy. Its membership list discovered in 1981, during a police search of the villa of the lodge's master Licio Gelli, including more than 900 names encompassing the heads of all 3 branches of the Italian military intelligence, 44 members of parliament, 3 cabinet ministers, numerous judges, senior police officials, newspaper editors, and television executives in a concentration of institutional power sufficient to constitute what the subsequent parliamentary investigation described as a state within the state, is the most clearly documented case in the history of any democratic country of a secret organization successfully infiltrating the institutions of the state to the degree required to exercise a systematic influence over the country's political direction without any democratic mandate or any public accountability for the decisions it influenced. The specific program of P2, the Piano di Rinascita Democratica, the plan for democratic rebirth, found among Gelli's papers and whose specific content, a detailed blueprint for the transformation of the Italian state through the infiltration of its key institutions and the systematic weakening of the independent media and the independent judiciary, provided the most detailed available description of the specific methods through which a secret network could exercise effective political control over a democratic state without formally seizing power, was the most consequential document produced by any secret political organization in the post-war Western world. Its specific combination of the practical operational detail and the explicit statement of the anti-democratic objectives, distinguishing it clearly from the vague conspiratorial manifestos that most secret political organizations produce. The specific connections between P2 and some of the most violent episodes of the Italian years of lead, the period of political terrorism of the 1970s and 1980s, in which both far-left and far-right groups conducted bombing campaigns, assassinations, and kidnappings, whose full organizational context remains partially unresolved, have made the Lodge the primary subject of the Italian conspiracy research tradition and one of the most studied cases in the comparative politics of democratic vulnerability to internal subversion. Fact 44, the burning of the Templars, history's most famous suppression. The suppression of the Knights Templar, whose culminating act was the burning at the stake of the last Grand Master of the Order, Jacques de Molay, on the Isle des Juifs in the Seine in Paris on March 18, 1314, alongside the preceptor of Normandy Geoffrey de Charny, in the presence of the crowds gathered on both banks of the river, the two men maintaining their innocence to the end and recanting the confessions that had been extracted from them under torture. An act of courage before death that was witnessed by the thousands assembled on the Paris riverbanks, and that immediately generated the specific legend of the dying Grand Master's curse, that within a year both the king who had destroyed the order and the Pope who had sanctioned its suppression would be called before God's judgment, whose fulfillment. In the deaths of both Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V within the year that followed, was taken by contemporaries and by the subsequent tradition as confirmation that the murdered Grand Master's final words had carried a supernatural authority, is the most dramatically compelling episode in the entire history of secret societies, and the one that has generated more subsequent mythology than any other. The legal proceedings against the Templars, conducted across France, England, and the other European kingdoms between 1307 and 1312, producing under torture the specific confessions of the denial of Christ, the obscene kiss, and the worship of the mysterious idol Baphomet that formed the official basis of the order's suppression, represent the most extensive medieval trial of a corporate body and the most comprehensive use of judicial torture for political purposes in the history of the medieval church. The specific combination of the simultaneous mass arrest of all Templars in France on a single day, the subsequent systematic torture of the arrested members to extract the confessions that the charges required, and the eventual burning of the relapsed confessors, creating a judicial process whose procedural irregularities were recognized, even by contemporaries sympathetic to the French crown, as a departure from the standards of canonical due process that undermined the credibility of the confessions it produced. Jacques de Molay's specific act of recanting his confession as he was led to the stake, the specific moral courage of the man who had survived 7 years of imprisonment and torture, and who chose, at the moment of his death, to assert his innocence and the innocence of his order in full knowledge that the recantation would ensure the immediate escalation from the life imprisonment he had been sentenced to the immediate death by fire, is the specific human moment in the suppression of the Templars that has most completely captured the imagination of the subsequent tradition. Fact 45, the 33rd degree, Freemasonry's inner circle. The 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the honorary degree conferred by the Supreme Councils of the Scottish Rite upon those members whose exceptional service to Freemasonry, to their communities, or to the causes the organization supports has been deemed worthy of the highest recognition available within the Scottish Rite system. a degree whose conferral is entirely at the discretion of the Supreme Council, not available by petition or by payment, and whose members constitute the innermost circle of the most widely practiced of the appendant Masonic bodies, is the most widely cited example in the popular imagination of the specific inner circle of the secret society's inner circle, the degree whose existence confirms for the conspiracy-minded the suspicion that the ordinary lodge, with its 3 basic degrees, is merely the outer layer of an organization whose true inner circle operates at a level of initiation, invisible to the ordinary Mason and inaccessible to any external investigation. The 33rd degree's actual function, the recognition of outstanding service rather than the conferral of additional secret knowledge, its ceremony a celebration of achievement rather than a revelation of hidden doctrine, is considerably less dramatic than the conspiracy imagination requires. The specific disappointment of those who have sought in the higher degrees of Freemasonry the specific secret teaching or the specific hidden master, whose discovery would explain the organization's alleged global influence, being one of the most consistent testimonies of the initiated who have written about their experience of the higher degrees. The specific appeal of the 33rd degree mythology, the conviction that behind the publicly visible structure of the Masonic Lodge lies an inner sanctuary whose members possess the knowledge and exercise the power that the ordinary Mason never suspects, is the most direct expression of the conspiracy theory's fundamental epistemological structure. The conviction that the visible world is always the surface of a deeper reality, whose hidden structure the conspiracy theory claims to reveal. The specific number 33 carrying in the popular imagination the weight of all the secret knowledge that the investigator believes must exist behind the public face of the most widely investigated secret organization in the history of the modern world. Fact 46. The Hashishins' psychological warfare, fear as a weapon. The specific contribution of the assassin organization to the history of political violence, whose most consequential innovation was not the act of assassination itself, which had been practiced by every political tradition since the beginning of organized politics, but the specific deployment of the fear of assassination as a strategic weapon independent of the act. The cultivation of a reputation for omnipotence and inevitability that made the threat of assassination more politically consequential than most actual assassinations, is the most intellectually sophisticated element of the assassin legacy, and the one whose specific lessons have been absorbed, consciously or not, by every subsequent organization that has employed political terror as a strategic instrument. The specific mechanism of the assassin's psychological warfare was the cultivation of the specific legend. The stories of daggers left on the pillows of rulers who had refused the organization's demands, the appearance of assassin agents in the most heavily guarded places, whose specific purpose was not to kill, but to demonstrate that they could kill at any moment of their choosing, and the specific theatrical character of several of the most famous assassin killings, performed in public places before large audiences in a deliberate staging that maximized the psychological impact of the demonstration. Created around the organization, a specific aura of supernatural capability that the historical record suggests was carefully and consciously cultivated by Hassan I Sabbah and his successors as the primary instrument of political leverage in a world where the assassin organization's actual military capability was far too limited to confront the powers it sought to influence by conventional means. The specific innovation of the targeted killing of a single leader as a substitute for the costly and uncertain outcome of the conventional military campaign, the recognition that the death of the specific individual whose judgment and whose authority sustained the specific policy that the assassin organization opposed was a more efficient instrument of political change than any alternative available to a small organization, is the assassin's specific contribution to the theory of political violence, whose subsequent influence on the development of the concept of terrorism as a strategic instrument is the most consequential legacy of the most feared secret organization of the medieval world. Fact 47. The Order of the Solar Temple, when the secret society kills its members. The Order of the Solar Temple, the secret organization founded in Geneva in 1984 by Joseph Di Mambro and Luc Juret, combining elements of Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, and the Knights Templar mythology in a specific synthesis whose theological core was the belief that the members of the order were the reincarnated souls of the original Knights Templar, destined to transit to a higher spiritual realm on the star Sirius, where they would continue their divine mission. Achieved its terrible notoriety, not through political violence or criminal activity in the ordinary sense, but through the specific catastrophe of the collective deaths of 74 of its members in 3 episodes of mass suicide and murder in Switzerland, Canada, and France between October 1994 and March 1997. The specific combination of the cult leader's absolute authority over a group of financially and emotionally dependent followers, and the specific theology of the transit to a higher realm, creating the conditions for one of the most complete expressions of the specific danger that the secret society's characteristic dissolution of individual moral responsibility in collective identity and absolute obedience can produce when the leadership's judgment is catastrophically wrong. The specific psychological mechanisms through which Joseph Di Mambro and Luke Jarrett achieved the degree of control over their followers necessary to organize the collective deaths. The specific combination of the progressive financial dependency created by the members' contributions of their personal wealth to the organization, the specific emotional dependency created by the organization's claim to be the exclusive vehicle of the members' spiritual salvation, and the specific suppression of the critical thinking that the organization's culture enforced through the claim that doubt was evidence of spiritual inadequacy, are the characteristic features of what the social psychology of organizations now calls coercive control, the specific mechanisms through which any organization, secret or public, can create the conditions for the subordination of the individual's judgment to the collective authority in ways whose consequences, when the leadership's judgment fails catastrophically, are as destructive as any that the history of organized human activity records. Fact 48: the Masonic Revolution, Lodges, and the Birth of Modernity. The specific relationship between Freemasonry and the political revolutions of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the American Revolution of 1776, the French Revolution of 1789, and the Latin American independence movements of the early 19th century, is the most consequential and the most debated question in the entire historiography of Freemasonry. Its answer depending critically on the distinction between the Masonic values and ideals that the revolutionary generation shared and the specific Masonic organizational infrastructure that may or may not have played a direct role in the revolutionary planning. The Masonic Lodge of the Enlightenment period served a specific social function that is difficult to overstate in the context of the political culture of the 18th century. It provided a physical space, the lodge room, in which men of different social backgrounds could meet as equal members of a fraternal community, conduct their affairs according to rational rules rather than aristocratic privilege, discuss ideas that the public social world of the period made dangerous to express openly, and cultivate the specific civic virtues, the tolerance, the reasonableness, the commitment to the rule of law, that the Enlightenment identified as the foundations of a just political order. In the specific political context of the American colonies, where the Masonic lodges provided one of the very few institutional structures that crossed the boundaries of the individual colonies and created a network of mutual acquaintance and mutual trust among the leaders of the different colonial communities, this social function had directly political consequences. The specific relationships cultivated in the lodge between the leaders of different colonies, Paul Revere and Joseph Warren in Boston, Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia, George Washington in Virginia, were relationships of personal trust and personal commitment, whose maintenance through the Masonic network contributed to the specific coordination of the colonial resistance that the Revolution required. The French Revolutionary case is considerably more complex. The specific lodges of the Grand Orient of France that proliferated in the decades before 1789 included among their membership many of the leading figures of the revolutionary generation, and the specific Masonic values of liberty, equality, and fraternity, whose echo in the revolutionary trinity of liberté, égalité, fraternité is the most frequently cited evidence of the Masonic influence on the revolution's ideology, were genuinely shared by the Masonic lodges and the revolutionary movement, without this requiring the specific conspiracy of a Masonic plot behind the revolution that the counter-revolutionary tradition asserted. Fact 49: the Priory of Sion, the hoax that fooled the world. The Priory of Sion, the secret organization whose alleged existence as a hidden brotherhood protecting the secret of the Merovingian bloodline, descended from the union of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, was elaborated in the 1960s by the French fantasist Pierre Plantard and his associates, documented in a series of forged documents deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France under the collective title The Dossier Secrets. Promoted as historical reality by the English authors Michael Bagent, Richard Leigh, and Henry Lincoln in their 1982 book The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, and popularized to a global audience of tens of millions of readers by Dan Brown's 2003 novel The Da Vinci Code, is the most consequential deliberate hoax in the entire history of the secret society tradition. its specific combination of the genuine medieval history of the crusading period, the authentic esoteric traditions of the Grail legend and the Templar mythology, and the specific emotional appeal of the theological claim that the established Christian Church has suppressed a world-transforming secret, creating a narrative whose specific power to captivate the imagination has proven entirely independent of the evidential basis that supports it. Pierre Planted, the specific individual whose personal fantasy of noble ancestry and hidden historical significance drove the creation of the Priory of Sion mythology, whose specific forging of the genealogical documents that traced his lineage to the Merovingian kings and deposited them in the National Library as the dossier's secrets, represents the most elaborately constructed personal mythology in the history of the secret society tradition, and whose eventual confession to a French judge in 1993 that the entire organization was his invention effectively ended the Priory of Sion's claim to historical reality without noticeably diminishing its influence in the popular imagination, is the most consequential forger in the history of the secret society tradition. His specific creation of a fictional organization, so thoroughly documented in fictional documents that the boundary between the invented and the historical became, for millions of readers, impossible to locate. The Priory of Sion's legacy is the specific demonstration that the conspiracy theory does not require a real conspiracy to achieve its full cultural impact, the specific combination of the compelling narrative and the emotional resonance being sufficient to sustain belief in the face of the complete absence of credible evidence. Fact 50. Secret Societies at 50. 50 facts into the history of secret societies. The exact midpoint of a journey that began in the mystery caves of Eleusis and has traveled through the mountain fortress of the Assassins, the lodge rooms of the Freemasons, the burning stake of Jacques de Molay, and the fictional library of the Priory of Sion to arrive here. At the center of the story, where the genuine and the mythological have become so intertwined that separating them requires the most careful and the most patient attention. We have sat with Licio Gelli's membership list and understood that the secret society that successfully infiltrates the institutions of the democratic state is not a fantasy of the conspiracy theorist, but a documented historical reality whose specific lessons for the design of democratic governance, the specific importance of the transparency, the conflict of interest disclosure, and the institutional independence that the P2 Lodge systematically undermined, are among the most consequential available from the entire history of secret organizations. We have watched the Order of the Solar Temple lead its members to their deaths, and understood that the secret society's characteristic dissolution of individual judgment in collective authority is not merely a social quirk, but a specific psychological mechanism whose consequences, when the collective authority fails, can be as total and as irreversible as any political catastrophe. We have stood with Pierre Planted at his desk in the 1960s, forging the documents of the Priory of Sion, and understood that the most consequential hoax in the history of the secret society tradition succeeded not because it was well crafted, but because it offered something that the human imagination finds irresistible, the specific promise that behind the visible surface of the world lies a hidden reality whose revelation will transform everything. 50 facts remain. The story moves toward the deeper questions. Rest now in the shadows. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 51. The Carbonari's children, young Italy and the birth of nationalism. Giuseppe Mazzini, the Genoese journalist and Republican revolutionary, who had been initiated into the Carbonari at the age of 24 in 1829, arrested and imprisoned by the Piedmontese authorities in 1830, following his denunciation as a Carbonaro by an informer, and who spent the months of his imprisonment in the Savona fortress, developing the specific critique of the Carbonari's organizational weaknesses that would eventually produce the founding of Young Italy in 1831, was the most consequential political thinker produced by the Italian secret society tradition and the specific individual whose transformation of the Carbonari's model of the secret revolutionary fraternity into the broader, more ideologically explicit, and more populist organization of Young Italy created the primary institutional vehicle of the Italian nationalist movement, whose eventual political triumph in the unification of 1861 he lived to witness without finding the republic he had devoted his life to achieving. Mazzini's critique of the Carbonari, the specific organizational diagnosis that produced Young Italy's distinctive character, identified three primary weaknesses in the older organization: the excessive secrecy that prevented the movement from building the mass popular support that any successful revolution required, the absence of a positive ideological program beyond the vague commitment to constitutional government that left the organization's members without the specific vision of the Italy they were working to create, and the specifically adult character of the organization's membership, whose middle-aged leadership had lost the specific energy and the specific willingness to sacrifice that the young alone possessed in sufficient abundance for the revolutionary task. Young Italy's response to each of these weaknesses was direct. The organization conducted its recruitment publicly, publishing its journal and distributing its manifesto openly despite the danger of police repression. Its program was explicitly stated as the establishment of a unified Italian republic governed by the principles of God and people. And its membership was restricted to men under 40, the specific threshold of youth, whose energy and idealism Mazzini understood as the primary revolutionary resource. The Young Italy model, the nationalist secret society with an explicit ideological program, a popular recruitment strategy, and the specific appeal to the energy of youth, was immediately imitated across Europe in the Young Germany, Young Poland, Young Ireland, and Young Switzerland movements that Mazzini's example inspired, creating the specific organizational form of the nationalist secret society that dominated the revolutionary politics of the 1830s and 1840s. Fact 52. The Scottish Rite, degrees beyond the lodge. The ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the system of 30 additional degrees beyond the 3 basic degrees of the Craft Lodge, organized in bodies corresponding to the specific groups of degrees whose conferral the Scottish Rite system requires, culminating in the 33rd degree whose conferral by the Supreme Council is the highest honor available in the Scottish Rite, is the most elaborately graduated and the most philosophically ambitious of the appendant Masonic bodies. Its specific system of the progressive revelation of the Masonic traditions, teachings through a sequence of 33 degrees, whose theatrical ritual dramas range from the historical narratives of the early degrees through the philosophical allegories of the middle degrees, to the specifically mystical content of the highest degrees, creating the most comprehensive curriculum of symbolic instruction available in any Western fraternal organization. The Scottish Rite's origin, despite its name's suggestion of a specifically Scottish provenance, the system was actually developed primarily in France in the early 18th century and codified in its most influential form by the Confederate general and Masonic scholar Albert Pike, whose 1871 work Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry remains the most extensive and the most philosophically ambitious treatment of the Masonic degree system ever written, is considerably more complex and considerably less Scottish than the name implies. The specific attribution of the system to the Scottish Jacobite exiles who are said to have brought it to France, reflecting the specific political mythology of the Jacobite cause rather than the actual historical development of the degree system. Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, the 800-page exposition of the philosophical and historical background of the Scottish Rite's 33 degrees, drawing on the Kabbalah, the Hermetic philosophy, the ancient mystery traditions, the comparative religion of the 19th century, and the specific allegorical interpretation of the degree rituals that Pike developed over decades of Masonic scholarship, is simultaneously the most impressive and the most problematic work of Masonic literature. Its specific passages equating the Masonic Lucifer with the symbol of light and reason having been extracted from context by the anti-Masonic tradition to support the claim that Freemasonry is a Luciferian organization, a claim whose specific extraction of the passages from the Neoplatonic philosophical context in which they appear strips them of the specific meaning that Pike intended. Fact 53. The Ninja, Japan's Shadow Warriors. The ninja, the practitioners of ninjutsu, the Japanese martial and espionage tradition whose specific combination of the guerrilla warfare tactics, the intelligence gathering, the disguise, and the specific techniques of infiltration and assassination, whose cultivation was the primary training objective of the ninjas' years of preparation, created a class of covert operatives whose function in the specific political and military context of medieval and early modern Japan was the provision of the specific capabilities, the intelligence about enemy dispositions, the targeted killing of specific leaders, the sabotage of specific installations, that the conventional samurai code of Bushido explicitly prohibited, and that the daimyo who employed the ninja required precisely because of the specific advantages that the unconventional methods provided, are the most romanticized of all the Japanese secret society traditions, and the one whose specific combination of the genuine historical reality of the covert operative tradition and the massive elaboration of that reality in the Japanese popular cultural tradition has created the most complete available example of the way in which the secret society mythology transforms its actual subject beyond recognition. The specific historical reality of the ninja, the groups of covert operatives organized primarily in the specific regions of Iga and Koga in central Honshu, whose local lords developed the tradition of the specialized intelligence and infiltration operative, training their members in the specific techniques of disguise, lock-picking, poison preparation, and the specific methods of silent movement and concealment that the covert operative required. Was considerably more prosaic than the popular tradition suggests, the specific ninja of the historical record being primarily intelligence operatives and infiltrators rather than the superhuman assassins of the popular imagination, their specific effectiveness deriving from the patient cultivation of mundane skills rather than from supernatural capabilities. The specific social organization of the ninja communities. The family-based transmission of the specific ninjutsu techniques from parent to child within the specific village communities of Iga and Koga, whose geographic isolation and whose long tradition of service to multiple lords simultaneously gave them a specific independence from the hierarchical obligations of the samurai that was both the source of their specific capabilities and the foundation of their specific reputation as the unreliable operators of the shadows whose loyalty was for hire rather than inherited. Fact 54. The Carboneria, Spain's revolutionary network. The Carboneria, the Spanish equivalent of the Italian Carbonari, introduced into Spain by the Spanish officers who had encountered the Italian organization during the Napoleonic Wars, and whose subsequent development in the specific political conditions of post-Napoleonic Spain created the primary organizational vehicle of the liberal constitutionalist movement, whose repeated pronunciamientos against the absolutist Bourbon monarchy defined the specific political rhythm of 19th century Spanish politics. Was the most consequential of the Mediterranean secret society traditions in its specific political impact, the specific combination of the cellular organizational structure, the military membership whose access to the specific capabilities of the army made the military coup the characteristic political action of the Spanish liberal movement, and the specific ideological commitment to the restoration of the 1812 Constitution, creating an organization whose influence on the subsequent political history of Spain was as deep and as enduring as that of the Italian Carbonari on Italian politics. The specific political action most directly associated with the Spanish Carboneria was the pronunciamiento, the formal declaration by a military officer or group of officers of opposition to the existing government and their willingness to use military force to compel its replacement. A specifically Spanish form of political action that the 19th century's repeated liberal revolts normalized as the primary mechanism of political change in a country whose civilian institutions were insufficiently developed to provide an alternative mechanism for the resolution of political crises. The pronunciamiento's specific organizational connection to the secret society was direct. The conspiracy required to coordinate the simultaneous action of multiple military units across the country's geographically dispersed garrisons, ensuring that the local commanders knew which of their colleagues could be counted on for the action and which were loyal to the existing government, was precisely the kind of pre-revolutionary coordination that the cellular structure of the secret society was designed to provide. The specific combination of the oath of loyalty to the constitutional program and the specific knowledge of which fellow officers shared that oath, creating the network of mutual commitment that made the coordinated action possible. Fact 55. The Leopard Society, Africa's most feared brotherhood. The Leopard Society, the secret criminal organization whose members, active primarily in the forested regions of West and Central Africa, from at least the late 19th century through the mid-20th century, dressed in leopard skins during their ritual activities, used iron claws to simulate the wounds of a leopard attack on their victims, and conducted the ritual killing of specific individuals selected by the society's leadership in a specific ceremonial framework, whose particular combination of the predatory symbolism of the leopard and the belief that the consumption of specific body parts of the victims conferred specific powers on the participants created one of the most feared and the most persistently misunderstood secret organizations in the colonial history of Africa. Is the most extensively documented of the African criminal secret societies, and the one whose suppression by the British colonial administration in Nigeria and Sierra Leone produced the most substantial documentary record of any African secret organization's structure, membership, and ritual practices. The specific social context from which the Leopard Society emerged, the specific conditions of the forest regions of West and Central Africa, where the leopard's combination of the stealth, the power, and the specific savagery of its attacks made it the most feared and the most respected of the forest predators, and where the specific belief that the most powerful individuals could transform themselves into leopards or employ the leopard's power through ritual means was embedded in the religious and the political culture of multiple ethnic groups, gave the society a cultural legitimacy that the colonial authorities who suppressed it were poorly equipped to understand. The specific combination of the genuine criminal violence of the killings and the specific religious and political functions that the society performed in the communities it operated, creating the characteristic ambiguity of the secret organization that serves simultaneously as a vehicle for genuine social harm and a genuine social need. The British colonial courts that prosecuted members of the Leopard Society in the early 20th century faced the specific evidentiary challenge that confronts every prosecution of a secret organization. The specific reluctance of witnesses to testify against the society's members, the specific cultural authority of the organization in its home communities that made cooperation with the colonial courts a form of social betrayal, and the specific organizational precaution of the secrecy that prevented the prosecution from establishing the full extent of the membership. Fact 56. The Freemasons' women, the excluded and the initiated. The exclusion of women from Freemasonry, whose foundational justification in the 1723 constitutions of the Freemasons, which stipulated that the members of the lodge must be free men and of mature and discreet age, has been maintained by the major Masonic Grand Lodges of the world as a constitutional requirement, whose revision they have consistently declined to make despite the transformation of the broader social context, in which women's exclusion from public institutions has come to be understood as a form of discrimination incompatible with the values of the liberal democratic societies in which most Masonic lodges operate. Is the most significant internal controversy in the history of Freemasonry, and the one whose resolution, or continued non-resolution, most directly reveals the specific tension between the organization's stated values of universal brotherhood and the specific institutional practices that qualify that universality. The history of women's Freemasonry, the tradition of organizations that either admit women alongside men or restrict membership to women, operating outside the recognition of the mainstream Grand Lodge system, but claiming the Masonic heritage and practicing rituals derived from the Masonic tradition, begins with the specific story of the Countess of Windham, who, according to a tradition whose historical reliability is disputed, was initiated into a Scottish lodge in the early 18th century, and continues through the founding of the co-Masonic movement by the French mixed lodge Le Droit Humain in 1893, which admitted both men and women, and the founding of the Order of Women Freemasons in England in 1908, which admitted women only. The specific philosophical argument for the exclusion of women from Freemasonry, whose most sophisticated form, found in the traditional Masonic apologists, rests on the claim that the lodge is a specifically masculine space, whose specific social function, as a venue for the cultivation of the civic virtues of the free and independent man, requires the exclusion of women whose presence would transform the social dynamics of the male fraternal community in ways incompatible with the specific purposes the lodge was designed to serve. Is the most revealing expression available of the specific way in which the secret society's characteristic investment in the specific identity of its membership creates the conditions for the exclusion of those whose admission would change that identity in ways the existing membership finds unacceptable. Fact 57. The MKUltra program, the government's secret experiments. MKUltra, the covert CIA program of human experimentation in the areas of mind control, behavioral modification, and interrogation enhancement, authorized by CIA Director Alan Dulles in 1953 and conducted by the technical services staff of the CIA until its formal termination in 1973, whose existence was kept secret from the American public, from the Congress, and from most of the CIA's own personnel, in a program of secrecy so complete that the Senate's Church Committee investigation of 1975 found that the CIA had destroyed most of the program's records in 1973, leaving only the partial documentary record recovered from a misfiled collection of financial documents that survived the destruction and whose subsequent release under the Freedom of Information Act provided the first detailed public accounting of one of the most extensive programs of non-consensual human experimentation in the history of any democratic government. Is the most consequential documented case of a government secret program that meets the formal criteria of a secret society's clandestine operation, its specific combination of the oath of secrecy, the compartmentalized organizational structure that prevented most participants from knowing the full extent of the program. and the deliberate violation of the legal and ethical norms of the society it claimed to protect, creating the specific profile of the state secret that is indistinguishable in its operational characteristics from the criminal conspiracy. The specific experiments conducted under MKUltra's approximately 150 subprojects, the administration of LSD, mescaline, and other psychoactive substances to unwitting subjects including mental patients, prisoners, drug addicts, and sex workers, whose vulnerability made them convenient experimental subjects with little recourse against the government that was using them, the specific sleep deprivation experiments, the isolation experiments, and the specific hypnotic suggestion experiments, whose goal was the creation of the programmed assassin who could commit violence and then have no memory of having done so, were conducted in a framework of complete institutional secrecy, whose maintenance across 2 decades and across the multiple government agencies and the private research institutions that served as the program's contractors represented the most extensive and the most successful exercise of official secrecy in the peacetime history of the American government. Fact 58. The Camorra, Naples' oldest shadow. The Camorra, the Neapolitan criminal organization, whose origins in the prisons and the slums of the Kingdom of Naples in the early 19th century, where the specific combination of the absolute poverty of the urban poor, the specific weakness of the Bourbon state's capacity to maintain order in the most densely populated city in Europe, and the specific cultural tradition of the mutual aid organization, whose membership required the initiation oath and the willingness to use violence in defense of the community's interests, created the specific conditions for the development of the criminal brotherhood that would become the most deeply embedded organized criminal organization in the history of any European city, is the oldest of the Italian organized crime traditions. Predating the Sicilian Mafia in its documented history and exhibiting in its specific organizational character a decentralization and a flexibility that distinguishes it from the more hierarchically organized Sicilian model, and that has made it both more difficult to suppress and less capable of the large-scale coordination that the Mafia's commission structure occasionally achieved. The Camorra's initiation ritual, whose specific form, like that of the Mafia, involved the oath and the blood and the specific commitment whose violation was answered with death, but whose specific content reflected the specific cultural traditions of the Neapolitan underworld rather than the Sicilian, created the same specific psychological bond of mutual obligation and mutual vulnerability that the Mafia's blood oath created. The specific experience of the initiation, establishing the specific identity of the Camorrista as a member of a community whose claims on his loyalty were prior to and more binding than any obligation to the official social order. The specific territorial organization of the Camorra, the clan structure whose individual clans controlled specific neighborhoods of Naples and its surrounding territory in an overlapping and frequently contested territorial division, whose boundaries were maintained through the specific combination of the economic arrangement and the readiness for violence that has defined the organization's governance model since its founding, is the most direct expression available of the secret organization's characteristic relationship to the territory it controls, the specific combination of the protection, the employment, and the order that the Camorra provides to the communities it dominates, creating the specific ambivalence of the organized crime organization's social role that the Neapolitan tradition has sustained across 2 centuries of changing political contexts. Fact 59. The Rosicrucian Manifestos, the power of the printed mystery. The specific impact of the 3 Rosicrucian Manifestos, the Fama Fraternitatis of 1614, the Confessio Fraternitatis of 1615, and the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosencreutz of 1616, on the intellectual culture of early 17th century Europe, is the most complete available demonstration of the specific power of the printed secret. The specific capacity of the new technology of the printing press to transform a relatively modest literary creation into a Europe-wide intellectual sensation, whose influence extended far beyond any readership that the authors could have anticipated or that the content of the texts alone could have produced. The specific mechanism of the manifesto's influence was the particular combination of the claim to secrecy and the deliberate publicity that the print medium made possible. The texts described a brotherhood of learned men who worked in secret for the reform of the world, while simultaneously publishing those descriptions in printed editions that circulated across Europe in the hundreds, creating the specific paradox of the secret society that announces its existence to the world in order to recruit members, while maintaining that its actual membership is invisible and its specific activities undisclosed. The response to the manifestos, the estimated 220 works published in German alone in the 2 decades following the Pharma Fraternitatis, ranging from the enthusiastic applications for membership that their authors addressed to the invisible brotherhood in the hope that the right readers would find them, to the satirical dismissals of the gullible and the earnest philosophical engagements of those who found in the manifestos the expression of genuine intellectual aspirations they shared, is the most extensive documented response to any published text in the history of the early modern book trade. The specific combination of the provocative content and the deliberate ambiguity of the authorship creating an interpretive invitation, whose irresistibility to the educated reading public of the period reflects the specific intellectual atmosphere of a Europe whose confidence in the established intellectual and institutional order had been shattered by the Reformation, and whose hunger for a new synthesis of the sacred and the natural was the primary emotional resource available to any movement that could credibly claim to offer it. Fact 60. Secret Societies at 60. 60 facts into the history of secret societies, and the story has grown to encompass the full range of the human capacity for organized secrecy. The Philosopher's Circle and the Criminal Brotherhood, the Nationalist Conspiracy and the Government Black Program, the romantic legend of the ninja and the terrible reality of the Leopard Society, the printed mystery of the Rosicrucian manifestos, and the documented crimes of MKUltra. We have followed Mazzini from the Carbonari to young Italy, and understood that the secret society is not merely the vehicle of the conspiracy, but the school of the revolutionary, the institution in which the specific combination of the shared commitment, the shared risk, and the shared identity creates the political will that the open organization cannot generate from the raw material of individual conviction alone. We have sat with the Scottish Rites 33 degrees and understood that the escalating initiation system is simultaneously an educational program, a mechanism of social stratification, and a theatrical experience whose specific power derives not from any secret knowledge it contains, but from the specific quality of the journey it offers. We have stood with the victims of MKUltra and understood that the secret program of a democratic government is morally indistinguishable from the conspiracy of the criminal organization when the specific combination of the oath, the compartmentalization, and the deliberate violation of the rights of the uninitiated is the primary operational methodology. The specific lesson of MKUltra is the specific lesson of every secret organization in the history of the tradition, that the secrecy which protects the organization also protects its worst impulses from the correction that exposure would require. 40 facts remain. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 61. The Ndrangheta, the world's richest criminal organization. The Ndrangheta, the Calabrian organized crime organization, whose origins in the specific poverty and the specific isolation of the toe of the Italian peninsula, where the weakness of the Italian state's presence and the specific cultural tradition of the Omertà, whose Calabrian expression preceded and arguably exceeded the Sicilian mafias in its depth and its durability, created the conditions for the development of the most economically powerful criminal organization in the contemporary world, is estimated by the Italian Anti-Mafia Commission DIA to generate an annual revenue of approximately 50 billion euros, representing approximately 3% of Italy's GDP and exceeding the revenues of such multinational corporations as McDonald's and Deutsche Bank. Its specific combination of the blood-based organizational structure, whose restriction of the full membership to the members of specific family clans creates a level of organizational loyalty and organizational secrecy that no non-familial criminal organization can approach. And the specific international expansion into the cocaine trade, whose domination of the wholesale importation of cocaine into Europe has made the Ndrangheta the primary distribution point for the South American cocaine cartel's European operations, generating the revenues that have transformed a regional Calabrian criminal organization into a global criminal enterprise, whose branches operate in Canada, Australia, Germany, and across Latin America with the organizational coherence and the specific family loyalty that the blood-based recruitment model creates. The Ndrangheta's initiation ritual, the specific ceremony whose content, revealed by the Pentiti whose testimony provided the Italian state with its most detailed knowledge of the organization's internal structure, involves the oath of loyalty to the organization and to its code of silence taken in a specific ceremonial context, whose specific religious imagery draws on the Catholic devotional tradition of Calabria in a synthesis of the sacred and the criminal that is characteristic of the Calabrian criminal culture, creates the specific psychological bond of membership, whose weight is reinforced by the specific knowledge that the initiated member's violation of the oath would bring consequences not merely to themselves, but to the family members whose participation in the organization makes them equally liable for the initiated members' failures. The 'Ndrangheta's specific resilience to the Italian state's anti-mafia prosecutions, the organization having suffered far fewer successful prosecutorial campaigns than the Sicilian Mafia, whose commission structure and whose tradition of the pentito's cooperation with the prosecution provided the state with the organizational knowledge required for the coordinated prosecutorial assault, reflects the specific advantage that the family-based organizational model provides over the associational model of the Sicilian Mafia, the blood relationship creating a loyalty whose depth the oath alone cannot match. Fact 62. The Cult of Mithras, the Roman Legion's Secret. The cult of Mithras, the mystery religion practiced primarily by the soldiers of the Roman legions between approximately the 1st and the 4th centuries CE, whose underground temples, the Mithraea, were found across the entire extent of the Roman Empire from Syria to Britain in the specific locations. The legionary bases, the frontier forts, the merchant quarters of the trading cities that reflected the specific social profile of the Mithraic community as an organization of the military. The merchant and the administrative class rather than the general urban or rural population, and whose specific combination of the graduated initiation system of 7 degrees, the communal meal of bread and wine, and the central image of the bull-slaying Mithras, whose specific iconography has generated intense scholarly debate about the astronomical, the mythological, and the theological significance of the specific details, was one of the most widely practiced of the Roman mystery religions, and the one whose specific social profile and specific institutional character made it the nearest ancient equivalent to the modern Masonic lodge in its function as the fraternal organization of the professional and the mobile classes of the Roman imperial world. The specific content of the Mithraic mysteries, what the initiates experienced in the underground temple, what the specific iconography of the Tauroctony meant to the practitioners who gathered before it in the confined underground space, and what the 7 grades of initiation revealed to those who progressed through them, is among the most intensively researched and the most unresolved questions in the entire study of ancient religion. The deliberate secrecy that the Mithraic community maintained about its practices being sufficiently effective that the combination of the physical evidence of the hundreds of excavated Mithraea, the iconographic evidence of the sculptures and the paintings, and the literary evidence of the hostile accounts of the Christian apologists who attacked the cult as a diabolical imitation of the Christian sacraments, has not produced a consensus about the religion's basic theology or its ritual content. The cult's sudden disappearance following the Christianization of the Roman Empire, the Mithraea converted to Christian use, the specific community of practitioners dissolved, the specific knowledge of the cult's teaching apparently lost without the survival of a single internal document, is the most complete example available of the total suppression of a secret organization by a hostile state power. Fact 63. The leopard spots, how secret societies adapt. The specific capacity of the secret society to adapt to changing social, political, and technological conditions, the organizational resilience that has allowed the Masonic Lodge, the criminal fraternity, the political conspiracy, and the esoteric brotherhood to survive the changes that have transformed the social context in which they operate across the centuries of their existence, is the most consequential and the most consistently underestimated feature of the secret organization as a social form. Its specific combination of the structural flexibility of the cellular organization, the psychological durability of the initiation bond, whose creation of mutual obligation and mutual vulnerability is relatively independent of the specific content of the ideology or the specific form of the ritual through which it is created, and the specific adaptability of the secrecy itself to the changing technologies of communication and surveillance, creating an organizational form of extraordinary longevity and extraordinary resilience. The Mafia's adaptation to the American context, the specific transformation of the Sicilian criminal brotherhood into the American Cosa Nostra, whose specific combination of the inherited organizational structure and the specific opportunities of the American criminal market, above all the Prohibition era's creation of the illegal alcohol trade, whose revenues transformed the American organized crime landscape, produced a distinctly American institution that retained the specific cultural and organizational heritage of the Sicilian original, while developing the specific capabilities required for operation in a different legal, social, and economic environment, is the most extensively documented example of the secret organization's capacity for cultural adaptation without organizational dissolution, the specific maintenance of the blood oath, the omerta, and the family-based loyalty, structure through the transformation of the organizational context, demonstrating the specific depth of the initiation, bonds, psychological durability. The Triads' adaptation to the digital age, the specific development of the cybercrime capabilities that have supplemented the traditional criminal activities of the established Chinese criminal syndicates, the specific deployment of the organizational structure, and the specific trust networks of the traditional Triad organization to coordinate the new criminal activities of the digital environment, is the most contemporary expression of the same organizational resilience. The specific combination of the ancient organizational form and the new criminal opportunity, demonstrating the specific capacity of the secret society to find in every new technological environment the specific criminal or political possibilities, whose exploitation the organization's specific capabilities are positioned to undertake. Fact 64. The Order of the Garter, Chivalry's Secret Brotherhood. The Order of the Garter, the most senior and the most ancient of the British orders of chivalry. Founded by King Edward III of England in 1348, whose membership of 26 knights, the Sovereign, the Prince of Wales, and 24 companion knights, has included the most powerful and the most distinguished figures of the English, and subsequently the British political establishment across 6.5 centuries of continuous operation. Its specific combination of the elaborate ceremonial, whose annual Garter ceremony at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle, is the most theatrical expression of British royal pageantry. The specific exclusivity, whose restriction of the full companion membership to 24 living knights, and the specific appointment process, in which the monarch exercises a personal and discretionary choice that makes the Garter the most personally prestigious honour in the British system. And the specific historical connection to the medieval chivalric tradition, whose mythology of the Round Table and the quest for the Holy Grail provides the specific cultural framework within which the Order's foundation legend, that Edward III created the Order after retrieving the fallen Garter of the Countess of Salisbury at a court ball, and silencing the snickering courtiers with the specific declaration Honi soit qui mal y pense, shame on him who thinks evil of it. That became the Order's motto, was embedded, is not technically a secret society, but the oldest continuously operating elite fraternal organization in the Western world, its specific combination of the exclusive membership, the ceremonial initiation, and the specific obligations of the Order that the companions undertake, creating the functional equivalent of the secret society's primary social mechanisms in the most publicly visible and the most institutionally embedded form available in the British social order. The specific social function of the Order of the Garter, the cultivation and the formal recognition of the specific bonds of loyalty between the sovereign and the most powerful figures of the political and social establishment. The annual ceremony at Windsor providing the specific occasion for the renewal of those bonds in a theatrical setting, whose combination of the medieval ceremonial and the contemporary political reality expresses the specific continuity of the British political tradition in its most characteristic form, is the most honest and the most public expression of the elite fraternal network's primary function. The maintenance of the specific relationships of trust and mutual obligation, whose cultivation is the primary practical product of every organization, secret or otherwise, that brings the powerful together in a shared institutional context. Fact 65. The Heaven and Earth Society, China's most durable brotherhood. The Tiandahui, the Heaven and Earth Society, known also as the Hongmen, the Hong League, and by the colonial authorities of Southeast Asia as the Triads, a term whose derivation from the equilateral triangle that featured prominently in the organization's iconography became the generic designation for the entire tradition of Chinese secret fraternal organizations, is the most historically documented and the most organizationally consequential of the Chinese secret society traditions. Its specific foundation in the specific political conditions of the early Qing dynasty, whose Manchu rule the organization's mythology framed as the specific tyranny against which the restoration of the Ming dynasty was the specific sacred duty of every member, creating the organizational framework within which the specific combination of the political resistance, the mutual aid, and eventually the criminal activity that characterized the Tiandahui's subsequent history across 3 centuries and across the Chinese diaspora communities of Southeast Asia, the Americas, and the Pacific was organized and legitimated. The Tiandahui's founding mythology, the specific story of the 5 monks who escaped the destruction of the Shaolin Monastery by the Qing Emperor and whose oath to overthrow the Qing and restore the Ming, became the founding moment of the organization. A story whose historical basis is essentially non-existent, but whose specific combination of the martial arts tradition, the Buddhist monastic setting, and the specific political narrative of resistance to foreign tyranny gave the organization a founding mythology of considerable power and considerable adaptability to the different social and political contexts in which the organization subsequently operated, is the most elaborately developed of any Chinese secret society's self-understanding. Its specific narrative elements, recurring across the dozens of different organizations that claimed the Tiandahui heritage in the 19th and 20th centuries. Sun Yat-sen, the founder of the Chinese Republic, whose revolutionary movement, the Tongminghui, drew directly on the organizational and the financial resources of the Tiandahui's overseas branches in Southeast Asia, Hawaii, and the United States. The specific network of the Chinese diaspora's secret fraternal organizations providing the specific infrastructure of recruitment, fundraising, and coordination that the revolutionary movement required in the specific conditions of its clandestine operation against the Qing state, is the most consequential political figure whose career was directly and substantially supported by the secret society tradition. His specific relationship with the Tiandahui demonstrating the specific political utility of the established secret organization as a vehicle for the revolutionary movement that lacks the time or the resources to build its own organizational infrastructure from scratch. Fact 66. The Star Chamber, when the state becomes the secret society. The Court of Star Chamber, the English Royal Prerogative Court, whose sessions were conducted in the Star Chamber of the Palace of Westminster, operating from the late 15th century to its abolition by the Long Parliament in 1641, whose specific combination of the secret proceedings conducted without the jury, the use of torture to extract confessions, the specific jurisdiction over cases of political sedition, and the specific crime of perjury that the common law courts were unable to address effectively, and the specific association with the arbitrary exercise of royal power that made its name a byword for the tyrannical justice of the powerful over the powerless, is the most consequential historical example of the state itself adopting the organizational characteristics of the secret society. The proceedings conducted in secrecy, the members bound by the specific obligation of the Privy Council, whose confidentiality was the organizational foundation of the court, and the specific violation of the ordinary, legal norms that the state's need for particular outcomes required creating an institution that served the specific political function of the government's secret enforcement apparatus in a form that the ordinary court's procedural requirements prevented them from providing. The Star Chamber's specific historical legacy, the particular contribution of its abolition to the development of the English constitutional tradition, whose specific articulation in the subsequent century of the right to a jury trial, the prohibition on self-incrimination, and the specific protection against the arbitrary imprisonment that the Habeas Corpus Act of 1679 codified, were in large part responses to the specific abuses of the Star Chamber's proceedings, is the most consequential demonstration in English constitutional history of the specific danger that the secret proceeding poses to the rights of the individual, the specific transparency of the ordinary legal process being the primary protection against the specific abuses that the secret proceeding enables. The term Star Chamber has entered the English language as the specific designation for any proceeding whose secrecy, whose partiality, or whose disregard for the ordinary protections of the legal process makes it an instrument of the powerful against the powerless rather than the instrument of the law against the wrongdoer. Its specific historical resonance, giving the contemporary usage a weight whose specific connection to the actual historical institution enriches the term beyond the generic designation of an unfair proceeding. Fact 67. Aleister Crowley, the Great Beast's Secret Orders. Aleister Crowley, the English occultist, poet, and self-styled Great Beast 666, whose career as the most publicly notorious figure in the Western esoteric tradition of the 20th century, combined the genuine intellectual engagement with the Hermetic and Thelemic traditions that he developed in the specific institutional contexts of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Ordo Templi Orientis, and his own magical order, the Argenteum Astrum. With the specific cultivation of notoriety as a public persona whose transgressive lifestyle, the deliberate violation of every social, sexual, and religious convention available to an educated Englishman of the Edwardian era, served simultaneously as the expression of his specific magical philosophy and as the most effective available marketing tool for the specific brand of initiatory magic that constituted his life's primary work. Was simultaneously the most accomplished and the most self-destructive practitioner of the Western esoteric tradition in the modern period. His specific combination of the genuine intellectual and poetic gifts, the extraordinary will to transgression, and the specific personal destructiveness that consumed the financial and emotional resources of everyone who came into sustained contact with him, creating a career whose specific legacy, the Thelemic magical system. The revised rituals of the OTO, and the specific corpus of magical writing that has influenced every subsequent development of the Western esoteric tradition, is considerably more substantial than the tabloid beast mythology that dominated the public understanding of his work during his lifetime. The law of the lemma, Crowley's specific magical and philosophical system, whose central principle, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, was received as the revelation of the new Eon in the Cairo working of 1904, in which Crowley's wife Rose transmitted to him the dictation of the Book of the Law from the entity Awas. Was the most ambitious attempt in the history of the modern Western esoteric tradition to create a comprehensive magical philosophy that synthesized the inherited Hermetic tradition with a specific original revelation. Its specific combination of the antinomian ethics, the magical practice, and the specific understanding of the individual will as the primary spiritual category, creating a system whose influence on the subsequent development of the Western left-hand path traditions. The chaos magic movement and the broader contemporary occult revival has been more extensive and more consequential than the mainstream critical evaluation of Crowley's work, as mere charlatanism acknowledges. Fact 68, the NSA and GCHQ, modern state secret networks. The National Security Agency of the United States, and its British equivalent, the Government Communications Headquarters. The Signals Intelligence Organizations, whose specific combination of the global surveillance capability, the organizational secrecy, whose maintenance across decades of operation was accomplished through the specific combination of the security clearance system, the compartmentalization of the specific intelligence programs, and the specific legal frameworks that authorized their activities in ways whose full extent was not disclosed to the legislatures, whose oversight was constitutionally required, are the most consequential contemporary expressions of the state secret society whose organizational characteristics, the oath, the compartmentalization, the specific violation of the norms of the open society in the service of the organization's claimed higher purpose, are recognizably those of the historical secret organization in a form adapted to the specific capabilities and the specific political context of the modern democratic state. The specific revelation of the NSA and GCHQ's global surveillance programs, accomplished by the former NSA contractor Edward Snowden, whose release of approximately 1.7 million classified documents to the journalists Glenn Greenwald and Laura Poitras in Hong Kong in 2013, provided the most extensive public accounting of the surveillance, state-specific capabilities ever produced, was simultaneously the most consequential act of organizational defection in the history of the American intelligence community, and the specific demonstration that the secret organization's characteristic immunity from external accountability creates the specific conditions for the abuse of the specific powers that the organization's secrecy protects. The specific programs revealed by the Snowden documents, the bulk collection of the telephone metadata of every American telecommunications subscriber, the PRISM program, whose collection of the internet communications of non-American targets involved the cooperation of the major American technology companies, and the specific undermining of the encryption standards that the NSA had influenced the National Institute of Standards and Technology to adopt in ways that preserved a backdoor for the agency's access, were not merely programs of surveillance, but programs of a scope and a character that the legislatures and the courts whose oversight was constitutionally required had not been fully informed of. The specific secrecy of the surveillance state having crossed the boundary from the legitimate confidentiality of intelligence operations into the specific concealment of programs whose lawfulness and whose compatibility with the constitutional rights of the citizens they surveilled was at minimum debatable. Fact 69, the psychology of initiation, why the ritual works. The psychology of initiation, the specific mechanisms through which the initiation ritual of the secret society accomplishes the transformation of the candidate's identity from the outsider to the insider, creating the specific psychological bond of membership whose durability and whose motivational power have sustained the secret organization across the centuries and the cultures in which the form has appeared, is the most fundamental question in the entire study of secret societies, and the one whose answer reveals most directly what the secret organization does that the ordinary organization cannot, the specific psychological technology of the initiation being the primary mechanism through which the secret society's characteristic combination of the loyalty, the secrecy, and the shared identity is created and maintained. The specific psychological mechanisms that the initiation ritual employs, identified and analyzed by the social psychologists who have studied the initiation tradition from William James's early account of religious conversion, through Arnold van Gennep's classic analysis of the rites of passage and Mircea Eliade's comprehensive study of initiation in the history of religions, to the contemporary social psychology of hazing, indoctrination, and group identity formation. Include the specific technique of the ordeal, in which the candidate's willingness to undergo physical or emotional discomfort in order to achieve membership demonstrates and reinforces the specific value that the membership has for the candidate in a way whose psychological mechanism, the specific cognitive dissonance between the cost of the ordeal and the ordinary valuation of the organization that required it, resolved in favor of the elevated valuation of the organization, has been documented experimentally by the social psychologist Elliot Aronson and subsequently confirmed in multiple subsequent studies. The specific technique of the oath, whose particular combination of the formal verbal commitment, the specific consequences for violation that the oath invokes, and the specific witness of the existing membership creates a public commitment, whose violation would require the specific acknowledgement of the broken promise in the presence of the specific individuals before whom it was made, is the most universal element of the initiation ritual across the entire history of the secret society tradition. Its specific psychological mechanism, the creation of the consistency motivation, the specific human tendency to act in ways consistent with the prior commitments that have been made publicly and explicitly. Fact 70, Secret Societies at 70. 70 facts into the history of secret societies, and the story has traveled from the underground temples of the Mithraic legionaries to the server farms of the NSA, from the specific psychology of the initiation ritual to the specific organizational resilience of the Ndrangheta, whose family-based loyalty structure has made it the most financially successful criminal organization in the history of the world. We have followed Crowley through his decades of magical ambition and personal destruction, and understood that the esoteric organization is as capable of consuming its most gifted members as it is of producing them, the specific combination of the absolute authority of the master, the specific dissolution of ordinary moral constraints in the magical antinomian philosophy, and the specific isolation of the esoteric community from the corrective feedback of the ordinary social world creating conditions, whose effect on the most extreme personalities is as predictable as it is devastating. We have stood in the Star Chamber and understood that the secret proceeding is not merely an institutional curiosity of the medieval and early modern state, but a recurring temptation of every government that finds the ordinary legal process insufficient for the specific purposes it needs the legal process to serve. We have sat with the social psychologists' experimental evidence for the specific mechanisms through which the initiation creates the psychological bond of membership, and understood that the secret society's most fundamental technology is not the ritual, not the oath, not the specific hierarchy of degrees, but the specific human tendency to value what we have paid a cost to obtain. The specific irrationality that the initiation exploits to create the loyalty whose durability is the organization's most essential asset. 30 facts remain. The shadows are lifting. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 71. The Council on Foreign Relations, Influence Without Initiation. The Council on Foreign Relations, the American think tank and membership organization, founded in New York in 1921 by the group of American diplomats, lawyers, bankers, and journalists who had participated in the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, and who returned convinced that the United States required a permanent institution dedicated to the systematic study of foreign policy and the cultivation of the informed elite opinion, whose influence on the American foreign policy establishment would provide the intellectual continuity and the strategic coherence that the ad hoc approach of the pre-war period had lacked. Occupies the same ambiguous position in the typology of secret societies as the Bilderberg Group and the Bohemian Grove. An organization that is not technically secret, its membership is published, its journal Foreign Affairs is the most widely read foreign policy periodical in the United States, and its public events are extensively covered by the media, but that has been consistently characterized as the secret government of the American foreign policy establishment by the conspiracy tradition whose specific claim that the CFR's membership list constitutes the closest available approximation to a directory of the American power elite, is sufficiently accurate as a description of the organization's social composition to give the more extravagant claims about its influence a surface plausibility whose specific examination the conspiracy tradition rarely undertakes with the rigor that the evidence requires. The CFR's actual influence on American foreign policy, which is real and which operates through the specific mechanisms of the revolving door between the Council's membership and the senior positions of the American foreign policy apparatus, the specific policy papers, and the specific foreign affairs articles, whose arguments have shaped the intellectual framework within which the major foreign policy debates of the past century have been conducted, and the specific networks of personal relationship and mutual acquaintance, whose cultivation through the Council's events and its membership creates the social infrastructure of the American foreign policy community, is considerably more specific and considerably more limited than the conspiracy tradition's claim of comprehensive control suggests. The Council being one of several dozen institutions that compete for influence over a foreign policy process, whose actual determination involves a much larger and much more contested cast of institutional actors than any single organization, however elite its membership, can effectively dominate. Fact 72, the Mafia's Code, Omerta and its breaking. The Omerta, the Sicilian Code of Silence, whose specific obligation on every member of the Mafia to refuse cooperation with the authorities regardless of the personal cost, to deny any knowledge of the organization's activities or even its existence when questioned by the police or the courts, and to treat the informer who violated this obligation with the specific punishment of death that the Mafia's own system of justice reserved for the most serious breaches of the organizational code, was the primary operational asset of the Sicilian Mafia across the century and a half of its documented existence in Italy and America. The specific silence of the membership in the face of police investigation being the condition without whose maintenance no organized criminal network of the Mafia's scale and complexity could have survived the sustained attention of the state's investigative apparatus for any significant period of time. The specific mechanism through which the Omerta was maintained was not primarily the threat of death, though that threat was real and was occasionally carried out, but the specific combination of the cultural norm, whose internalization by the members of the Sicilian community created a genuine moral obligation to the code of silence that preceded and was independent of the organizational threat, and the specific social pressure, whose application to the families of those who violated the code created consequences for the violators' dependents, whose anticipation was as effective a deterrent as the direct threat to the violators' own safety. The breaking of the Omerta, whose beginning is conventionally located in the 1963 testimony of the mafioso Joe Valachi before the Senate subcommittee chaired by John McClellan, the first public testimony of a Mafia member about the organization's existence and structure, and whose most consequential expression was the testimony of the Sicilian Pentiti, whose cooperation with the prosecutor Giovanni Falcone in the 1980s provided the evidential foundation for the Maxi trial of 1986 to 1987, in which 342 mafiosi were convicted, was the single most consequential development in the history of the Italian and American anti-mafia effort. Its specific achievement of breaking the psychological hold of the Omerta through the combination of the Witness Protection Program, whose specific promise of a new identity and a new life in a new location provided the specific alternative to the silence that the Omerta demanded, and the specific prosecutorial skill of Falcone and his colleague Paolo Borsellino, whose relentless investigation created the legal framework within which the Pentiti's testimony could be deployed most effectively, producing the first systematic dismantling of the Sicilian Mafia's leadership in the organization's history. Fact 73, the Rosicrucian orders today, the living tradition. The contemporary Rosicrucian organizations, the diverse collection of initiatic orders and fraternal organizations that claim the Rosicrucian heritage and continue to operate in the 21st century, including the ancient mystical order Rosicrucis, known as AMORC, whose headquarters in San Jose, California serves as the center of a worldwide correspondence-based initiatic organization, claiming approximately 250,000 members. The Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, the Lectorium Rosicrucianum, and several other organizations of varying size and historical pedigree represent the most clearly documented example in the history of the secret society tradition of the specific capacity of a mythological organization to generate real institutional descendants whose specific existence is as genuine as the specific fiction of the founding mythology. The organizations that claim the Rosicrucian inheritance, constituting real communities of real people, engaged in real practices of study and initiation, whose relationship to the fictional brotherhood of the 1614 manifestos is the relationship of any religious institution to its foundational mythology, a relationship of inspiration and aspiration rather than institutional descent. AMORC, the largest and the most commercially successful of the contemporary Rosicrucian organizations, whose specific business model of the correspondence course that delivers the organization's graded curriculum of esoteric teaching through the mail to members who may never gather in a physical lodge. Combining the initiatic structure of the degree system with the distance learning model of the correspondence school in a synthesis whose specific adaptation to the specific conditions of the mid-20th century American consumer culture produced the most widely distributed esoteric organization in the history of the Western tradition, is the most complete contemporary expression of the specific tendency of the secret society tradition to adapt its delivery mechanism to the specific communications technology of the period. The same impulse that drove the Rosicrucian manifesto's exploitation of the printing press's capacity to reach a large audience with the specific claim of a hidden truth driving AMORC's exploitation of the postal system, and subsequently the internet to reach the same audience with the same claim in the specific language and the specific format that the contemporary cultural context makes most appealing. Fact 74, the power of the handshake, recognition across the centuries. The secret handshake, the specific physical gesture whose particular grip, whose particular sequence of pressures, or whose particular combination of the grip and the verbal exchange, constitutes the recognition signal through which the initiated member of a secret organization identifies themselves to another initiated member in the ordinary social world, providing the specific capability for the mutual recognition of members across the barriers of class, geography, and circumstance that the ordinary social world erects between strangers, is the most universally known and the most consistently underestimated element of the secret organization's operational technology, its specific function in the Masonic Lodge, the criminal fraternity, the political conspiracy, and the fraternal organization being the provision of the specific capability for the reliable identification of the member in a world where the official insignia of membership, the lodge pin, the membership card, the uniform, would expose the member to exactly the kind of external attention that the secret organization seeks to avoid. The Masonic handshake, whose specific forms, varying by degree and by jurisdiction, constitute the most extensively documented system of recognition signs in the history of any secret organization. The three basic degrees of the Craft Lodge, each having its specific grip, whose description in the anti-Masonic exposés that have been published since the Morgan Affair of 1826, makes the Masonic recognition system the worst-kept secret in the history of secret organizations, serves in the contemporary Masonic Lodge a function that is less operationally significant than its historical importance suggests. The organization's public profile in the contemporary world, making the concealment of membership from official attention a negligible concern in most of the jurisdictions where it operates. The criminal organization's recognition signal, the specific gesture, the specific phrase, or the specific physical marking, the tattoo of the Yakuza, the specific hand sign of the American street gang, the specific greeting of the Triad initiates, serves a more operationally significant function in the contemporary criminal world. The specific capability for the reliable recognition of the trusted associate in an environment where the failure of recognition can result in violence being the specific condition of the effective operation of the distributed criminal network, whose members cannot know each other personally, but must be able to identify each other reliably in the specific contexts where that identification is required. Fact 75, the Deacons for Defense, when a secret society protected a community. The Deacons for Defense and Justice, the armed self-defense organization founded in Jonesboro, Louisiana in 1964, by a group of African-American men who had concluded that the nonviolent philosophy of the mainstream civil rights movement was insufficient to protect the black communities of the Deep South from the specific violence of the Ku Klux Klan and the local law enforcement agencies, whose complicity with the Klan's terror campaign the federal government's unwillingness to confront had effectively sanctioned, is the most morally unambiguous example in the entire history of secret societies of an organization whose specific secrecy was the specific condition of its ability to perform a specific protective function that no other available institution was performing, the specific combination of the armed defense capability. The organizational secrecy that protected the members from the retaliation of the Klan and the local authorities, whose hostility to the organization would have been as violent as their hostility to the unarmed civil rights organizations, and the specific deterrent effect of the armed presence, creating the specific reduction in the Klan's night-riding activity in the specific communities where the deacons operated that constitutes the organization's primary practical achievement. The Deacon's organizational model, the specific combination of the armed membership, whose weapons were legally owned and publicly known, the specific organizational secrecy that concealed the membership's full extent from the clan and the local police, and the specific coordination with the non-violent civil rights organizations of CORE and the SCLC, whose activists the Deacons provided with armed escorts on specific dangerous missions, was the most sophisticated expression available in the specific political conditions of the Deep South in the 1960s of the specific principle that the self-defense organization's secrecy is the condition of its effectiveness, the specific knowledge that an armed community was capable of responding to the clan's night-riding terror being a more effective deterrent to the specific violence than any protest march or any legal action in the specific legal environment of the Jim Crow South. The Deacon's specific historical contribution to the civil rights movement, whose acknowledgement in the mainstream historiography of the movement has been slow and incomplete, the specific discomfort of the movement's non-violent legacy with the armed self-defense model, creating the conditions for the Deacon's marginalization in the official narrative, is the most direct demonstration available of the specific proposition that the secret society's characteristic operating mode. The armed or otherwise capable community that acts from concealment in the defense of interests that the official institutions have failed to protect is not inherently sinister, but is the specific rational response to the specific failure of the institutions that are supposed to make it unnecessary. Fact 76. The Cecil Rhodes Secret Society, Empire's Hidden Architects. Cecil Rhodes, the British South African mining magnate, whose personal fortune derived from the De Beers diamond monopoly, and the British South Africa Company provided the financial foundation for the most ambitious political project of the late Victorian era. The specific plan, described in Rhodes's series of wills and in the letters and journals of his close associates, for the creation of a secret society dedicated to the extension of British imperial rule across the entire earth and the eventual reunion of the United States with the British Empire in a single Anglo-Saxon federation, was the most consequential individual patron of the secret society tradition in the history of the British Empire, and the specific figure whose specific ambition created the organizational infrastructure of the Round Table movement, and ultimately the Rhodes Scholarship Program, whose specific influence on the formation of the transatlantic elite has been the primary evidence cited by those who argue for the continued existence of the specific network that Rhodes's circles established. The specific plan that Rhodes described in his first will of 1877, the founding of a secret society modeled on the Jesuits, to work for the extension of British rule throughout the world, the perfecting of a system of emigration from the United Kingdom, and ultimately the recovery of the United States as an integral part of the British Empire, was the most grandiose political program associated with any individual patron of the secret society tradition in the modern period. Its specific combination of the organizational model of the Jesuit order, the financial resources of the Rhodes fortune, and the specific political vision of Anglo-Saxon imperial federation, creating a plan that was simultaneously too ambitious to be realized as described and consequential enough in its partial realization to have left a significant mark on the transatlantic political landscape of the 20th century. Fact 77. The Cosa Nostra's decline, how the state broke the brotherhood. The prosecutorial campaigns against the American Cosa Nostra that began in earnest with the passage of the RICO Statute in 1970 and reached their culmination in the series of commission trials of the 1980s and 1990s, in which the simultaneous prosecution of the leadership of all 5 New York families under the RICO conspiracy statute, whose specific innovation of treating the organized crime family as a criminal enterprise, whose members could be convicted for participating in the enterprise, regardless of their personal involvement in specific crimes, created the legal tool whose absence had protected the Mafia's senior leadership from the prosecutorial campaigns of the preceding decades, produced the most consequential dismantling of an organized criminal secret society in the history of the American criminal justice system, reducing the membership of the 5 New York families from an estimated 5,000 in the 1970s to approximately 700 by the early 2010s, and eliminating from active criminal leadership the entire generation of bosses, underbosses, and captains whose collective direction of the American Cosa Nostra had constituted the most powerful criminal government in the history of the United States. The specific legal innovation of the RICO Statute, the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, drafted by the Justice Department Attorney G. Robert Blakey and passed by Congress as Title IX of the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970, whose specific provision for the prosecution of the criminal enterprise, rather than the individual crime, allowed the government to treat the Mafia family itself as the criminal defendant, and to prosecute its entire leadership for the specific pattern of racketeering activity that constituted the enterprise's operation, was the most consequential single legal development in the history of the American anti-organized crime effort. Its specific deployment against the Commission in the 1985 trial, in which the bosses of all 5 New York families were convicted of participating in the criminal enterprise of the Commission, itself producing sentences of 100 years that effectively removed the entire senior leadership of the American Cosa Nostra from active criminal direction simultaneously. The specific cultural consequence of the Mafia's prosecutorial dismantling, the specific transformation of the American popular imagination's relationship to the organization, whose romanticization in the Godfather films of the early 1970s gave way to the specific elegiac quality of The Sopranos of the late 1990s and early 2000s, in which the organization's decline is the primary dramatic subject, is the most direct expression available of the specific relationship between the secret society and the cultural mythology that surrounds it, the organization's loss of genuine power paradoxically coinciding with the peak of its cultural presence. Fact 78. The Hermetic Tradition, the philosophy behind the secrecy. The Hermetic tradition, the philosophical and magical system attributed to the legendary figure of Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice greatest Hermes, whose identification with the Egyptian god Thoth and the Greek god Hermes created the specific mythological authority for the body of texts, the Corpus Hermeticum, the Emerald Tablet, and the Asclepius among the most important, whose rediscovery in the Renaissance, and whose translation by Marsilio Ficino for Cosimo de' Medici in 1463, initiated the specific intellectual current whose influence on the development of the Western esoteric tradition, the Renaissance Neoplatonism, the natural magic, the alchemy, and the Rosicrucianism whose combined contribution to the intellectual culture of early modern Europe created the specific environment in which the scientific revolution was born, is the philosophical foundation of the entire Western esoteric tradition and the specific body of ideas that the secret society has most consistently claimed to preserve and to transmit from the initiated to the worthy. The specific philosophical content of the Hermetic texts, the conviction that the universe is a living, ensouled organism, whose material dimension is pervaded and animated by the divine intelligence whose emanation created it, the understanding that the human being is a microcosm, whose specific constitution mirrors the macrocosm of the universe, in a relationship of correspondence whose careful investigation constitutes the primary method of the Hermetic practice, and the specific aspiration toward the direct experience of the divine that the Hermetic tradition calls gnosis, the immediate knowledge of the divine reality that transforms the knower rather than merely informing them, is simultaneously the most ambitious and the most consistently misunderstood element of the esoteric tradition's philosophical heritage. Its specific combination of the philosophical sophistication and the experiential aspiration, creating a body of thought whose significance for the history of Western philosophy and Western science has been systematically underestimated by the mainstream intellectual tradition that preferred to attribute the origins of the scientific revolution exclusively to the rational and empirical tradition that the Hermetic influence helped to create. Fact 79. The Opus Dei Numeraries, living the consecrated ordinary. The numerary members of Opus Dei, the approximately 30% of the organization's membership who live in Opus Dei centers, commit to celibacy and dedicate their professional lives to the organization's apostolic mission, working in their secular professions as professors, lawyers, doctors, engineers, and other educated professionals, while living in the specific communal environment of the Opus Dei Center, whose combination of the common prayer, the regular spiritual direction, the specific mortification practices, and the specific apostolic work of recruiting and forming new members constitutes a total way of life organized around the specific spirituality that Gismaria Escrivá developed in the specific cultural and political context of Franco's Spain, are the most complete contemporary expression of the specific aspiration of the Catholic integralist tradition to sanctify the ordinary world by inhabiting it with fully formed Catholics, whose specific combination of the professional competence and the specific spiritual formation makes them the most effective available instrument for the specific kind of influence on the specific institutions of the secular world that the organization seeks to cultivate. The specific tension between the Opus Dei organization's public self-presentation as an ordinary Catholic institution, whose practice of the Catholic faith in the ordinary circumstances of professional and family life, is distinguished from other Catholic organizations primarily by the specific intensity of its commitment, rather than by any organizational secrecy. And the specific accounts of former members who describe the organization's internal culture in terms that emphasize the specific psychological pressure of the recruitment obligation, the specific discouragement of the critical thinking that the organization's internal culture enforces through the specific mechanisms of the spiritual direction and the fraternal correction, and the specific financial and social dependency that the numeraries' surrender of a significant portion of their professional income to the organization creates, is the most consequential unresolved question about one of the most influential Catholic organizations of the 20th century, its resolution depending on the specific weight one assigns to the organization's own account of its practices and the specific accounts of those who have left it. Fact 80. Secret Societies at 80. 80 facts into the history of secret societies, and the story has arrived at the threshold of the contemporary world, where the shadow organizations of the historical tradition meet the new forms of the organized secret that the digital age has created, and where the specific questions that the 5,000-year history of secret societies poses to the contemporary world are more urgent than they have been since the specific confrontation of the Enlightenment with the political secret societies of the absolute monarchy. We have followed Sun Yat-sen from the Tiandahui's overseas branches to the founding of the Chinese Republic, and understood that the revolutionary's relationship to the secret society is always the relationship of the person who needs the organization's specific resources without sharing the organization's specific limitations, the revolutionary who borrows the network and the loyalty of the secret fraternity while knowing that the fraternity's specific conservatism, its specific investment in the existing social order whose exploitation it organizes rather than whose transformation it seeks, will eventually require the revolutionary to move beyond it. We have stood with the deacons for defense in the specific darkness of the Louisiana night, and understood that the armed secret society, whose secrecy protects a vulnerable community from the specific violence of a hostile state, is a morally different organization from the armed secret society, whose violence is directed against the community it claims to serve. We have traced the Hermetic tradition from the Corpus Hermeticum to the Royal Society, and understood that the esoteric and the scientific are not opponents in the history of Western thought, but collaborators whose specific partnership in the specific intellectual culture of the 16th and 17th centuries produced the specific synthesis whose rationalized descendant became modern science. 20 facts remain. The story moves toward its end and toward what all of it means. Rest now. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81. The Aum Shinrikyo, when the cult becomes the weapon. Aum Shinrikyo, the Japanese new religious movement, founded in Tokyo in 1984 by the partially blind yoga teacher Shoko Asahara, whose specific synthesis of the Buddhist, Hindu, and Christian apocalyptic traditions created a theological framework in which the imminent end of the world was both inevitable and survivable by the organization's initiated members, whose specific spiritual advancement had prepared them for the cosmic catastrophe, whose arrival Asahara claimed to be able to predict with the authority of a living Buddha, became, in the decade between its founding and the sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway system on March 20, 1995, the most consequential example in the history of any country of the specific transformation of a religious initiatic organization into a weapons-producing terrorist group whose specific combination of the organizational secrecy inherited from the cult's initiatic structure, the financial resources generated by the aggressive recruitment of well-educated members whose professional skills included chemistry, biology, and engineering, and the specific theological framework that defined violence against the non-initiated as an act of spiritual liberation rather than a crime, creating an organization of extraordinary lethality in a country with no prior history of mass casualty terrorism. The specific organizational mechanism through which Aum Shinrikyo achieved the psychological transformation required to convert the spiritual seekers who joined the organization into the weapons technicians and the operational planners of a mass murder program. The specific combination of the physical isolation of members in the organization's compounds, the deliberate disruption of the members' connections to family and friends outside the organization, the specific sleep deprivation and dietary control that reduced the members' critical faculties, and the specific theological framework that defined Asahara's authority as absolute and the external world as spiritually corrupt, is the most extensively documented example in the contemporary psychological literature of the specific process through which a coercive religious organization transforms ordinary people into the instruments of extraordinary violence. Its specific documentation in the subsequent legal proceedings and the academic research that followed the subway attack, providing the most detailed available case study of the psychology of the apocalyptic cult's most extreme institutional expression. The sarin attack on the Tokyo subway, in which teams of ALM members simultaneously released the nerve agent sarin on 5 Tokyo subway lines during the morning rush hour, killing 13 people and injuring approximately 50 permanently, while sending approximately 1,000 more to hospital with less severe symptoms, was the most lethal peacetime use of a chemical weapon by a non-state actor in history, and the specific event that transformed the global understanding of the terrorist threat from the politically motivated violence of the established terrorist organizations to the religiously motivated mass casualty attack of the apocalyptic cult. Fact 82. The Brotherhood of the Snake, Ancient Egypt's Secret Keepers. The Brotherhood of the Snake, the alleged secret organization whose existence in ancient Egypt is proposed by the conspiracy researcher William Bramley in his 1989 book, The Gods of Eden, and subsequently elaborated by multiple authors in the alternative history and ancient astronaut traditions. Claiming that this brotherhood was originally established by extraterrestrial visitors to transmit scientific knowledge to selected human initiates, while simultaneously concealing the most important elements of that knowledge from the general population, in a program of deliberate intellectual suppression designed to maintain the dependency and the controllability of the human species, is one of the most extreme examples in the conspiracy tradition of the specific category of the alleged ancient secret society, whose claimed antiquity places its founding beyond the reach of any documentary evidence, and whose claimed purpose, the deliberate suppression of human knowledge in the service of a specific power agenda, provides the most complete available expression of the conspiracy theory's foundational narrative of the hidden controllers of human history. The specific historical basis for the Brotherhood of the Snake, the actual evidence that any such organization existed in ancient Egypt or in any other ancient civilization, in the form that the conspiracy literature describes, is essentially non-existent. The serpent symbolism of the ancient Egyptian religious tradition and the specific knowledge-keeping function of the temple priesthood being the two genuine historical elements from which the conspiracy narrative constructs its elaborate fictional organization through the specific technique of the inference, the extrapolation, and the connection of unrelated data points that is the characteristic methodology of the conspiracy theory rather than the historical investigation. The Brotherhood of the Snake mythology is significant not as history, but as cultural symptom. The specific appeal of the claim that the human species has been deliberately kept in ignorance by a hidden organization of controllers reflects the specific combination of the genuine experience of powerlessness in the face of the complex systems of the modern world and the specific human need for an explanation of that powerlessness that is personal, that attributes it to the deliberate agency of a specific hidden group rather than to the impersonal dynamics of the systems themselves. Fact 83. The Mafia's honor, the code that was never about honor. The specific mythology of the Mafia's code of honor, the elaborate system of values, obligations, and prohibitions that the organization presents to its members and to the outside world as the ethical framework of the initiated mafioso, the specific claims to the values of loyalty, respect, and the protection of the innocent that the Mafia's internal culture deploys to distinguish the organization from the ordinary criminal, and to provide its members with the specific self-understanding of the honorable man of respect rather than the simple criminal, is the most consequential example in the history of organized crime of the specific use of the ethical vocabulary of the secret society to create a moral legitimation for systematic criminal violence. Its specific combination of the genuine cultural embedding in the specific values of the Sicilian honor culture and the deliberate manipulation of those values in the service of the organization's specifically criminal purposes, creating the most sophisticated moral fiction in the history of organized crime. The specific reality behind the Mafia's code of honor, the systematic violence against the innocent that contradicts the organization's self-presentation as the protector of the weak, the specific exploitation of the communities the Mafia claims to serve through the extortion rackets, whose specific burden falls most heavily on the small business owners and the ordinary workers whose economic margins are most vulnerable to the Mafia's extraction, and the specific corruption of the public officials whose complicity is purchased with the organization's criminal revenues in a systematic undermining of the democratic institutions that the Mafia's mythology presents as the corrupt external world against whose injustice the organization of the honorable man of respect provides the specific alternative of justice, is the most complete available expression of the secret, organizations' characteristic use of the ethical vocabulary of the legitimate institution in the service of purposes whose actual character is concealed behind the specific language of honor, loyalty, and respect. The specific cultural persistence of the Mafia mythology, the specific capacity of the organization's self-presentation to generate genuine admiration and genuine loyalty in the communities it exploits. The specific combination of the economic dependency that the Mafia's control of the local labor market and the local business environment creates, and the specific cultural narrative of the man of respect who provides justice in a world of official corruption, creating the conditions for the genuine popular support that makes the Mafia's position in its home communities genuinely difficult to displace by the official institutions whose legitimacy it has spent decades systematically undermining. Fact 84. The Carbonari's Grand Orient, Freemasonry's political child. The Grand Orient of France, the French Masonic organization founded in 1773, whose subsequent development in the specific political conditions of the Third Republic created the most politically consequential national Masonic organization in the history of Freemasonry. Its specific combination of the organizational network of the lodge system, the specific ideological commitment to the laïcité, the French doctrine of the strict separation of church and state, and the specific membership that by the late 19th century included a remarkable concentration of the Third Republic's senior politicians, ministers, and parliamentary leaders, creating an organization that was simultaneously one of the most powerful political networks in France and the primary target of the Catholic Church's sustained campaign against Freemasonry in the specific political context of the Dreyfus Affair and the subsequent anti-clerical legislation that removed the religious orders from French public schools. Was the most politically active of the major national Masonic organizations, and the one whose specific alignment with the specific political program of the French Republican left created the most consequential expression available of the specifically political Freemasonry that the papal condemnations had identified as the primary threat of the Masonic Lodge to the established social order. The Grand Orient's 1877 decision to remove the requirement that its members profess belief in God and the immortality of the soul, the specific doctrinal revision that the regular Masonic Grand Lodges of England, Scotland, and the United States refused to accept, leading to their withdrawal of recognition from the Grand Orient in a rupture that has never been fully healed, was the most consequential single doctrinal decision in the history of organized Freemasonry. Its specific consequence, the creation of the fundamental division between the regular and the irregular Masonic traditions that defines the organizational landscape of contemporary Freemasonry, the specific disagreement about the religious requirement for membership, reflecting the deeper disagreement about the nature of the Masonic institution itself. Whether it is a specifically deistic or religious organization whose ethical program is grounded in the specific theological conviction of the great architect's existence, or a secular fraternal organization whose ethical program is independent of any specific theological commitment. Fact 85. The Bohemian Club's famous members, power in the Redwoods. The membership of the Bohemian Club, the private San Francisco men's club whose annual summer retreat at the Bohemian Grove in the California Redwoods has included across the past century, and a concentration of American political, business, and cultural leadership that has no equivalent in any other private membership organization in the United States. The alumni of the Grove's summer encampments, including every Republican president from Herbert Hoover to George W. Bush. Multiple Democratic presidents, virtually every Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense since the Second World War, the senior leadership of the major American defense contractors, the chief executives of the largest American corporations, the presidents of the most influential American universities, and the senior figures of the American media establishment, is the most consequential roster of any private membership organization in American history. Its specific concentration of the political, economic, and cultural power of the American establishment in a single private social institution, creating the specific conditions for the informal cultivation of the interpersonal relationships whose maintenance is the primary practical function of the annual retreat. The specific informal conversations of the Bohemian Grove, the campfires and the lakeside talks, and the dining table discussions that occur in the specific social environment of the two-week encampment, where the norms of professional decorum that govern the interactions of the powerful in their official capacities are at least partially suspended by the theatrical and the recreational character of the retreat, are understood by the participants themselves to be the primary product of the annual gathering. The specific combination of the physical proximity, the shared luxury, and the repeated annual contact creating the specific social bonds whose cultivation is the primary purpose of the institution. The specific policy conversation that launched the Manhattan Project was held at the Bohemian Grove in September 1942, when the physicist Ernest Lawrence discussed the feasibility of the atomic bomb program with the industrial leader Donald Nelson and the Harvard president James Conant in the specific informal setting of the encampment, the specific combination of the right people, the right moment, and the specific social environment of the Grove creating the conditions for a conversation whose consequences were among the most consequential of the 20th century. Fact 86. The Sicilian Vespers, the people as secret society. The Sicilian Vespers, the coordinated uprising of March 30, 1282, in which the Sicilian population rose simultaneously across the island against the French Angevin occupation, the signal for the uprising being the ringing of the Vespers bells of the Church of the Holy Spirit in Palermo, and in which approximately 4,000 French soldiers and officials were killed in the first days of the rebellion in a violence of such precision. Targeting the French and sparing the Sicilians in a demonstration of the specific knowledge of who that only a community-wide conspiracy could have organized, that the subsequent tradition has consistently attributed the uprising's coordination to a secret organization rather than to the spontaneous expression of a uniformly oppressed people. The specific question of whether the Vespers was organized by a specific secret society or by the organic coordination of a community whose shared grievance was sufficiently intense to produce the same result without formal organizational structure, being one of the most debated questions in the medieval history of Sicily. Is the most consequential political event in the medieval history of Sicily and the most extensively theorized popular uprising in terms of the secret organization hypothesis in the history of European political violence. The legendary account of the Vespers organization, elaborated in the subsequent Sicilian nationalist tradition by the specific claim that the rebellion was organized by the secret society whose name, Mort alla Francia Italia Ainla, death to France is Italy's cry, was the specific patriotic motto whose first letters spelled the word Mafia. Providing a specific etymological origin for the name of the Sicilian criminal organization in the specific political resistance of the medieval Sicilian people, is almost certainly a post hoc fabrication whose specific anachronism, the concept of Italy as a political entity being several centuries premature for 1282, is sufficient to establish its legendary rather than historical character. What the Vespers demonstrates, regardless of the specific question of its organizational origins, is the specific capacity of a uniformly oppressed community to produce the coordinated action that resembles the work of a secret organization without any formal organizational structure, the specific combination of the shared grievance, the shared information about the target, and the specific moment of the bells, creating the functional equivalent of the secret society's organizational capacity through the organic operation of the community's accumulated rage. Fact 87. The conspiracy theory industry, the mythology of the hidden hand. The conspiracy theory industry, the specific cultural and commercial phenomenon through which the human need to explain the large and threatening events of the modern world in terms of the hidden agency of specific powerful groups, has generated a publishing, broadcasting, an internet content industry of extraordinary scale and extraordinary cultural influence, producing across the past century a body of content whose specific claims range from the historically documented to the demonstrably false in a continuum whose navigation requires precisely the kind of critical thinking that the conspiracy theory tradition's characteristic epistemological structure actively discourages, is the most consequential cultural product of the secret society tradition in the contemporary world. Its specific combination of the genuine insights into the real exercise of power by the real elite institutions and the specific fantasy of the omnipotent hidden controller creating a cultural artifact whose specific appeal to the human need for the explanatory narrative is as understandable as its specific consequences for the health of the democratic deliberation are alarming. The specific epistemological structure of the conspiracy theory, the characteristic combination of the pattern recognition, whose application to genuinely connected events produces the insight, and whose application to coincidentally proximate events produces the false connection. The specific unfalsifiability of the core claim, whose defenders consistently respond to the presentation of disconfirming evidence with the argument that the evidence is itself part of the conspiracy. And the specific emotional appeal of the theory, whose promise of the hidden truth whose discovery will explain everything simultaneously, flatters the discoverer's intelligence, and provides the specific sense of purpose and community that the conspiracy theory's adherents find in their shared knowledge, is the specific psychological mechanism whose understanding is the most important contribution that the contemporary study of secret societies can make to the broader culture. The specific recognition that the conspiracy theories appeal is not primarily intellectual but emotional and social, providing the foundation for the kind of engagement with the conspiracy tradition that neither dismisses it entirely nor accepts it uncritically. Fact 88. The Skull and Bones Alumni, the network in action. The specific alumni network of Skull and Bones, the roster of the Society's approximately 800 living members, whose concentration in the senior positions of the American political, financial, legal, and intelligence establishment, represents the most extensively documented example of the specific mechanism through which the college secret society's primary practical function. The cultivation of the interpersonal relationships and the mutual obligations whose maintenance provides the social capital that the subsequent careers of the members can deploy, operates across the decades of the members' professional lives in ways whose specific consequences for the allocation of the most consequential positions in the American establishment are simultaneously real and considerably less dramatic than the conspiracy tradition claims. Is the most consequential single element of the Skull and Bones mythology, and the one whose examination most clearly reveals the specific mechanism through which the elite secret society achieves its disproportionate institutional representation without any formal coordination of the members' career advancement. The specific bonesmen in the American establishment, the three presidential candidates of 2004, both of whose names on the Yale Society's membership list the television host Tim Russert, raised in the first presidential debate of the general election campaign, only to have both John Kerry and George W. Bush invoke the Society's oath of secrecy in declining to discuss their membership. The multiple directors of the CIA whose Bones membership was documented in the agency's own internal history. The multiple secretaries of state, attorneys general and cabinet secretaries whose membership in the same organization whose specific bonds of loyalty and mutual obligation preceded their official relationships created the specific conditions for the informal coordination that the conspiracy tradition interprets as the exercise of the hidden power, represent the most complete available documentation of the specific mechanism through which the college secret society's primary social product. The interpersonal relationship translates into the professional outcome, the specific combination of the mutual knowledge, the mutual obligation, and the mutual trust that the initiation created, providing the social lubrication that the hiring decision, the appointment, and the allocation of the consequential position requires. Fact 89. The legacy of secrecy, what hidden organizations leave behind. The specific legacy of the secret society tradition in the contemporary world, the accumulated intellectual, cultural, institutional, and political consequences of the 5,000-year history of human beings organizing themselves in circles within circles, concealing specific knowledge and specific practice from the uninitiated world, and creating through the specific mechanism of the initiation the bonds of loyalty and mutual obligation, whose durability and whose motivational power have sustained the secret organization through every change in the social, political, and technological context in which it has operated, is both more consequential and more ambiguous than either the conspiracy tradition's claim of comprehensive hidden control or the skeptic's dismissal of the secret organization as a marginal social curiosity would suggest. The intellectual legacy of the esoteric tradition, the specific contributions of the Hermetic philosophy, the alchemical practice, the Kabbalistic mathematics, and the Rosicrucian vision of the universal reform of knowledge to the development of the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and ultimately the specific intellectual culture of the modern world, whose rationalist inheritance cannot be fully understood without the specific esoteric context from which it emerged, is the most philosophically significant dimension of the secret society's cultural impact, the specific irony being that the tradition whose characteristic claim is the possession of a hidden knowledge that the uninitiated world lacks made its most consequential contributions to the intellectual history of the world precisely when its specific insights were absorbed into the public tradition of the scientific and the philosophical mainstream, rather than retained in the secrecy of the initiated circle. The political legacy, the specific contribution of the Masonic Lodge to the political culture of the Enlightenment, the specific role of the secret revolutionary fraternity in the nationalist movements of the 19th century, and the specific influence of the elite network on the exercise of power in the democratic states of the 20th century, is the most publicly consequential dimension of the secret society's historical impact. Its specific combination of the genuine insights into the exercise of power and the genuine mystifications of the conspiracy theory, whose disentanglement requires the kind of careful and patient attention to the specific evidence that the conspiracy tradition's characteristic epistemological structure makes difficult, but that the importance of the question makes essential. Fact 90. Secret Societies at 90. 90 facts into the history of secret societies, and the full arc of the story is visible now. From the initiated farmers at Eleusis who emerged from the Telesterion without fear of death, to the Tokyo subway passengers who breathed the sarin released by the enlightened members of Aum Shinrikyo. From the Rosicrucian manifestos that created a fictional brotherhood and generated 2 centuries of real organizations, to the Priory of Sion that created a fictional brotherhood and generated $2 billion in book and film revenue. From the Deacons for Defense protecting the black communities of Louisiana with their legally owned weapons, to the NSA collecting the communications of every citizen of the democratic state in the name of the same democracy it was surveilling. We have traced the conspiracy theory industry from the Abbé Barrel's memoirs illustrating the history of Jacobinism to the YouTube algorithm that serves the most engaging content regardless of its relationship to the truth, and understood that the specific epistemological problem of the conspiracy theory is not new but ancient, that the specific combination of the pattern recognition, the unfalsifiability, and the emotional appeal that defines the conspiracy theory's structure has been present in every form of esoteric knowledge claim, since the first mystery cult told its initiates that the uninitiated world could not understand what they now knew. We have stood with the Skull and Bones alumni in their positions of power, and understood that the most consequential expression of the college secret society's influence is not the conspiracy of the hidden masters, but the mundane mechanism of the social network whose cultivation begins in the initiation, and whose fruits are the phone call returned, the job offered, the appointment made, and the specific advantage that belongs to those who share a specific history of mutual knowledge and mutual obligation. 10 facts remain, the story approaches its end, rest now, this is explore during sleeping. Fact 91. The intelligence community, the state's permanent secret society. The intelligence community of the modern democratic state, the constellation of agencies, bureaus, and directorates whose specific mandate to gather, analyze, and act on information that the state's adversaries wish to conceal, creates the permanent institutional requirement for the specific organizational characteristics of the secret society. The oath of secrecy, the compartmentalization of information, the specific authority to conduct activities whose legality in the ordinary civilian context is doubtful or non-existent, and the specific exemption from the transparency requirements that democratic governance imposes on every other arm of the state, is the most powerful and the most consequential permanent expression of the secret organization within the framework of the democratic state. Its specific combination of the legitimate national security function and the specific structural features of the secret society, creating an institution whose accountability to the democratic processes that fund and authorize it, has been one of the most persistent and the most inadequately resolved problems of the modern democratic state. The specific structural tension between the intelligence community's operational requirement for secrecy and the democratic state's foundational requirement for accountability, whose inadequate resolution produces, with a regularity that the historical record documents from the OSS of the Second World War through the CIA of the Cold War to the NSA of the War on Terror, the specific institutional pathology of the secret organization, whose concealment from democratic oversight protects not merely the legitimate operational secrets of the intelligence function, but the specific abuses of the intelligence function, whose exposure to democratic accountability would require their correction, is the most consequential unresolved problem in the institutional design of the contemporary democratic state. The specific solution that the democratic tradition has developed to manage this tension, the Congressional Oversight Committee, the Inspector General, the Judicial Warrant Requirement, and the specific classification review process, whose operation creates the accountability without exposing the operational details, has proven in practice to be insufficient to prevent the specific categories of abuse, the domestic surveillance, the covert political manipulation, the extralegal detention and interrogation that the secret organization's characteristic immunity from external scrutiny enables, the specific history of each democratic state's intelligence community being in significant part a history of the specific abuses that the specific accountability mechanisms failed to prevent. Fact 92. The conspiracy theory's grain of truth, when secrets are real. The specific intellectual challenge that the history of secret societies poses to the contemporary observer, the challenge of maintaining the appropriate skepticism about the most extravagant conspiracy theories, without dismissing the genuine reality of the secret organization and the genuine exercise of hidden power that the historical record documents, is the most important practical lesson available from the entire 5,000-year history of organized secrecy. Its specific content, the recognition that the conspiracy theory's most fundamental error is not the claim that power is exercised in secret, but the specific claim about the character and the extent of that exercise, whose elaboration beyond the available evidence transforms the genuine insight into the specific distortion. The genuine conspiracies that the historical record documents, the specific planning of the Mafia's commission, the specific infiltration of the Italian state by the P2 Lodge, the specific manipulation of the American political process by the CIA's domestic operations, the specific coordination of the assassin organization's targeted killings, and the specific planning of the Carbonari's revolutionary uprisings are genuine conspiracies in the technical sense. Specific groups of specific people making specific plans in specific secret to achieve specific outcomes that the uninitiated world was not intended to know about. The specific difference between these genuine conspiracies and the grand unified conspiracy theory of the Illuminati or the Jewish elders or the lizard people is not the reality of the planning, but the scale of the claimed coordination and the omnipotence of the claimed control, the genuine conspiracy being limited in its scope, uncertain in its outcome, and constrained by the specific organizational limitations of every human institution. While the grand conspiracy theory posits an organization of unlimited scope, perfect coordination, and total control that no human institution has ever achieved or could achieve given the specific limitations of human organizational capacity. The specific intellectual discipline required to hold both of these truths simultaneously, that power is genuinely exercised in secret by real organizations with real agendas, and that the grand conspiracy theory's claim of total hidden control is a specific distortion of a genuine insight, is the most valuable contribution that the serious study of secret societies can make to the public's engagement with the contemporary world's most pressing questions about power, accountability, and the specific relationship between the visible and the invisible dimensions of political life. Fact 93: the digital underground, dark web, and modern secrecy. The dark web, the specific portion of the internet, accessible only through the Tor anonymization network, whose specific combination of the layered encryption that routes communications through multiple servers in multiple countries, and the specific anonymization that prevents the tracing of the user's location or identity, creating the closest available contemporary, equivalent to the specific operational security of the historical secret organization's physical meeting space, is the most direct expression in the digital age of the specific human need for the protected space in which the activities and the communications that the official social world prohibits or surveys can be conducted with a degree of impunity that the ordinary internet, whose specific architecture of traceable communications and centralized control makes it the most comprehensively surveilled communications medium in human history, cannot provide. The specific communities that have established themselves in the dark web's protected space, the criminal marketplaces whose specific combination of the anonymous cryptocurrency transactions and the anonymized communications created the specific conditions for the Silk Road of Ross Ulbricht, the first large-scale anonymous drug market, and its numerous successors. The political dissidents of the authoritarian states whose specific use of the Tor network's anonymization to communicate with the outside world and to organize within it represents one of the most consequential applications of the same technology that the criminal marketplace uses for its specifically different purposes. And the specific intelligence agencies whose specific use of the dark web for the conduct of clandestine communications and the recruitment of human sources represents the most contemporary expression of the intelligence community's permanent occupation of the secret space, constitute the most diverse community of users of the same organizational technology in the history of any communication medium. The specific irony being that the Tor network, whose anonymization makes the dark web possible, was developed by the United States Naval Research Laboratory precisely for the specific purpose of protecting the communications of American intelligence operatives in hostile foreign environments, the specific tool of the state's secret apparatus providing the specific protected space from which the state's most determined opponents conduct their most consequential activities. Fact 94: the Illuminati myth today, why the conspiracy never dies. The contemporary Illuminati myth, the specific elaboration of the original Bavarian Illuminati conspiracy theory that has produced, across the past 4 decades of its development in the specific cultural soil of the internet age, one of the most widely distributed, the most culturally pervasive and the most epistemologically resilient conspiracy narratives in the history of the conspiracy tradition. Its specific claims about the continued existence and the global influence of the Illuminati organization that Adam Weishaupt founded, and that the Bavarian authorities suppressed in 1785, ranging from the relatively restrained claim that the organization survived underground and continues to influence the cultural and political life of the Western democracies, to the most extravagant versions in which the Illuminati is controlled by reptilian extraterrestrial beings who have interbred with the human elite and whose specific agenda of population reduction and total control is being advanced through the specific mechanisms of the global financial system, the pharmaceutical industry, and the entertainment industry's cultural products, has become one of the most consequential cultural phenomena of the early 21st century. Its specific influence extending from the musical careers of artists who have incorporated the Illuminati mythology into their public personas, to the specific political movements, whose conspiracy narrative of the hidden elite controlling the democratic process provides the emotional framework for the specific rejection of the democratic institutions, whose legitimacy the conspiracy theory systematically undermines. The specific cultural function of the contemporary Illuminati myth, the specific way in which the narrative of the all-powerful hidden organization that controls every dimension of the public life provides the specific explanatory framework that transforms the specific experience of powerlessness, of economic insecurity, of cultural displacement, and of the specific sense that the democratic institutions no longer serve the interests of the ordinary person into a coherent narrative, whose identification of the specific hidden cause of the specific experience suffering provides the specific emotional satisfaction of the explained grievance and the specific social bond of the shared knowledge among those who have seen through the official narrative, is the most consequential expression available of the specific social function of the conspiracy theory as the specific cultural product of the specific social conditions that produce it. The Illuminati myth does not require the Illuminati to be real in order to be real in its consequences. The specific beliefs it generates in the specific people who hold them produce the specific behaviors, the political disengagement, the institutional distrust, the specific vulnerability to the political manipulation of those who can credibly position themselves as the enemies of the hidden elite, whose consequences for the health of the democratic polity are as real and as significant as any of the documented activities of any actual secret organization. Fact 95. The whistleblower, the insider who breaks the seal. The whistleblower, the specific individual who, having been initiated into the secret of the organization through the employment contract, the security clearance, or the initiation ritual that constitutes the modern equivalent of the ancient oath, chooses at some point in their career to break the specific seal of that initiation and disclose to the uninitiated world the specific information whose concealment serves the organization's interests at the expense of the public interest, whose protection the whistleblower understands as a higher obligation than the organizational loyalty whose breach the disclosure represents, is the specific figure in the contemporary political landscape whose action most directly enacts the specific tension between the secret organization's claim to the loyalty of its initiated members and the democratic polity's claim to the transparency without which self-governance is impossible. The specific choice of the whistleblower being the specific choice between two genuine obligations, whose conflict the circumstances of the disclosure have made irresolvable by any means short of the breach of one of them. The specific whistleblowers whose disclosures have most consequentially shaped the contemporary public's understanding of the secret dimensions of the democratic state, Daniel Ellsberg, whose release of the Pentagon Papers in 1971 revealed the systematic deception of the American public about the Vietnam War by 3 successive administrations. Karen Silkwood, whose investigation of safety violations at the KMG plutonium fuel production plant, and whose death in a car accident, whose circumstances remain disputed, made her the specific martyr of the whistleblower tradition. Jeffrey Wigand, whose disclosure of the tobacco industry's internal knowledge that nicotine was addictive, and that the companies had deliberately suppressed this knowledge, provided the foundation for the largest civil litigation settlement in American legal history. And Edward Snowden, whose release of the NSA's surveillance program documentation transformed the global debate about the relationship between the security state and the civil liberties of the citizens it claims to protect, constitute the most consequential individual acts of organizational defection in the history of the contemporary democratic state. Each one representing the specific moment at which a specific individual's judgment that the public interest required the specific disclosure of the specific secret outweighed the specific personal cost of making it. Fact 96. The Secret Society's future. What comes next? The future of the Secret Society. The question of whether the specific organizational form of the initiated brotherhood, the oath-bound fraternity, and the hierarchically graded mystery will survive the specific conditions of the 21st century, whose combination of the digital surveillance that makes physical secrecy increasingly difficult, the cultural transparency that makes the claim of hidden knowledge increasingly implausible, and the democratic accountability that makes the claim of legitimate authority for any institution that operates outside the public's knowledge increasingly contested, is the most consequential question that the 5,000-year history of secret organizations poses to the present moment, its answer depending on the specific assessment of whether the specific human needs that the secret society has historically satisfied, the need for belonging, the need for the experience of the sacred and the meaningful, the need for the social capital of the mutual obligation, and the need for the specific freedom of the interior space, are needs that the contemporary world's publicly available institutions can satisfy without the specific mechanism of the initiation, the oath, and the shared secret. The specific adaptations that the secret organization has already made to the conditions of the digital age, the anonymous collective's exploitation of the internet's anonymization capabilities, the dark web's provision of the specific protected space that the physical lodge once provided, and the specific use of encrypted communications by every category of organization from the criminal fraternity to the political dissident to the intelligence agency to maintain the specific operational security that their activities require, suggest that the secret organization will continue to adapt to the specific technological conditions of the present in the same way that it has adapted to every previous set of conditions across the 5,000 years of its continuous existence. What changes is the specific form of the secrecy, the specific technology of the concealment, and the specific social context in which the initiated community operates. What does not change is the specific human need that the initiation satisfies, the specific need to cross a threshold, to be known in a way that the ordinary social world does not permit, and to belong to a community whose specific bonds are stronger than those of the uninitiated world precisely because they were forged in the specific experience of the shared secret. Fact 97. The conspiracist's dilemma, seeing patterns in the dark. The specific cognitive experience of the person who believes in the grand conspiracy theory, the specific combination of the pattern recognition, whose hyperactivity in the specific psychological profile of the conspiracist produces the specific perception of meaningful connection in genuinely unrelated events, the specific narrative coherence that the conspiracy theory provides for the specific incoherence of the experienced world, and the specific social experience of membership in the community of those who have seen through the official narrative, creating a specific sense of the initiated insider that mirrors, in its psychological structure and its social function, the experience of the genuine secret society's member, is the most psychologically acute and the most socially consequential dimension of the secret society tradition's contemporary expression. Its specific combination of the genuine insight into the real exercise of hidden power and the specific distortion that the conspiracy theory's characteristic epistemological structure imposes on that insight, creating the most dangerous and the most consequential intellectual pathology available to the contemporary democratic public. The specific parallel between the conspiracist's experience and the initiated member's experience, the specific sense in both cases of possessing a knowledge that the uninitiated majority lacks, the specific social bond created in both cases by the shared possession of the specific knowledge, whose content defines the community of those who know against the community of those who do not, and the specific motivation in both cases to maintain and to transmit the specific knowledge, whose possession confers the specific identity of the insider, is the most revealing structural feature of the conspiracy theory as a social phenomenon. Its specific demonstration that the conspiracy theory is not merely a cognitive error, but a social institution performing the same fundamental social functions as the secret society, it describes, suggesting that the conspiracy theory's persistence across every attempt at correction reflects not the specifically intellectual character of the belief, but the specifically social character of the community whose identity the belief sustains. Understanding the conspiracist not as the foolish victim of demonstrable falsehoods, but as the member of a social institution whose specific needs the conspiracy theory satisfies, is not the endorsement of the specific claims the conspiracist makes, but the beginning of the genuine understanding that makes the effective response to those claims possible. Fact 98. The initiated world, what the secret society has given us. The specific gifts that the secret society tradition has given the uninitiated world, the philosophical tradition of the Hermetic current that influenced the scientific revolution, the organizational model of the Masonic Lodge that provided the institutional infrastructure of the Enlightenment's political revolution, the specific courage of the whistleblower who breaks the seal of the organizational secret in the service of the public truth, the specific protection of the deacons for defense who used the organizational secrecy of the armed fraternity to protect a community that the official institutions had abandoned, and the specific artistic and literary tradition generated by the esoteric imagination's engagement with the mystery of existence, are as real and as consequential as the specific harms that the criminal fraternity, the political conspiracy, and the apocalyptic cult have generated in the same organizational form. The initiated world, the world as it has been shaped by the specific combination of the organizational form of the secret society and the specific human needs it satisfies, is not fundamentally different from the uninitiated world, but is the same world seen from the specific angle of the person who has crossed the threshold, taken the oath, and received the first portion of the knowledge, whose gradual revelation constitutes the initiatic journey. Every civilization has had its mystery, the specific knowledge that was held in the interior of the temple, the lodge, the brotherhood, and the cell, and that the interior held precisely because the interior is where the most serious human work has always been done. The cultivation of the character, the investigation of the cosmos, the organization of the resistance, and the maintenance of the specific bonds of loyalty and mutual obligation, without which no community, secret or public, can long sustain the specific purposes for which it was founded. The specific question that the history of secret societies finally poses is not whether the hidden organization exists. It does, it always has, and it always will, but whether the specific knowledge it holds is worth the specific price of the secrecy that protects it. Whether the initiation creates something genuinely new in the person who undergoes it, or merely the illusion of something new whose maintenance requires the perpetuation of the secret that sustains it. Fact 99. What secret societies reveal about us. We stand now at the 99th fact, one step from the end of a journey that has traveled from the illuminated darkness of the Telesterion at Eleusis to the server rooms of the NSA, from the mountain fortress of Alamout to the redwood groves of Sonoma County, from the blood oath of the Mafia initiation to the encrypted communications of the Anonymous Collective. From the burning of Jacques de Molay to the testimony of the Pentito, whose words dismantled an organization that had believed itself indestructible, and it is time for the specific reckoning that the full sweep of the history demands. What do secret societies reveal about us? They reveal the specific human need for the interior space, the room within the room, the circle within the circle, the community within the community whose specific intimacy and whose specific shared purpose the ordinary social world, with its competing demands and its competing loyalties, cannot provide. They reveal the specific human capacity for the cultivation of extraordinary loyalty, the specific bond created by the shared secret, and the shared oath that has sustained the initiated community through persecution, suppression, and the passage of centuries in ways that the ordinary organization, bound together by the more contingent ties of shared interest and shared convenience, cannot match. They reveal the specific human tendency to attribute the large and threatening events of the world to the hidden agency of the powerful, rather than to the impersonal dynamics of the complex systems that no individual or group controls. A tendency that is simultaneously the source of the conspiracy theory's greatest appeal and the source of its greatest danger. And they reveal, most fundamentally, the specific human hunger for the transformative experience, the specific desire to cross a threshold, to be changed by the crossing, and to belong thereafter to a community whose specific identity is defined by the shared experience of having been on both sides of the boundary and having chosen to remain on the inside. This hunger is not pathological. It is not the special property of the credulous, the marginal, or the conspiratorially minded. It is the hunger that drove the Greek farmer across the threshold of the Telesterion, the young Italian revolutionary into the Carbonari Vendita, the English gentleman into the Masonic Lodge, and the American college student into the candlelit ceremony of the Skull and Bones. It is the hunger for the real, for the experience that is not managed, not performed, not constructed for the audience of the uninitiated world, but genuine in the specific sense that the oath and the secret and the shared darkness make possible. Whether the secret societies that have claimed to satisfy this hunger have done so honestly or deceptively, productively or destructively, for the good of their members or at the expense of the world outside, That is the question that the specific history of each specific organization answers, and that the reader of this history is now equipped to answer for themselves. Fact 100, the secret, what the initiated know. And so we arrive at the 100th fact, at the end of a journey that began in the dark, with the sound of the Eleusis bells and the smell of the sacred fire, and that has traveled through 5,000 years of the human impulse to organize in secret, to mark the boundary between the known and the unknown, and to discover in the crossing of that boundary something that changes the person who crosses it. The secret societies have kept their secrets. Not all of them. The anti-Masonic exposés of the 19th century revealed the lodge rituals in exhaustive detail. The Pentiti of the 1980s dismantled the Mafia's organizational mythology. The Snowden documents laid bare the surveillance architecture of the world's most powerful intelligence agencies. And the French judge's patient questioning of Pierre Plantard confirmed that the Priory of Sion never existed. But the deepest secret, the specific thing that the initiation is actually for, the specific transformation that it actually produces in the person who undergoes it with the full seriousness that the tradition demands, this secret the initiated have consistently declined to reveal, not because it is unspeakable, but because it is the kind of knowledge that cannot be transmitted through speech. What the initiated know is something that the uninitiated cannot know from the outside and cannot not know once they have been inside. It is not a specific piece of information, not a formula or a name or a historical revelation. It is the specific quality of the experience of crossing the threshold, the specific moment in which the ordinary world recedes and the interior world opens, in which the person who was merely a social being becomes something more, a member of a community whose specific bonds are formed not by the accident of birth or the convenience of circumstance, but by the deliberate choice of the initiation whose specific cost, whatever it may be, is the price of admission to the specific community of those who have made the same choice. Whether the specific knowledge whose transmission the initiation is designed to facilitate is genuine, whether the Hermetic traditions claim to the ancient wisdom, the Masonic traditions claim to the moral teaching, and the esoteric traditions claim to the transformative experience of the sacred, are claims whose fulfillment the serious practitioner can actually find in the interior of the initiated community, is a question that the history of secret societies cannot answer, and that the study of secret societies was never designed to answer. It is the specific question that each person who has ever crossed the threshold has had to answer for themselves, in the specific darkness of the initiation, with the specific weight of the oath still settling on their shoulders, and the specific faces of the initiated membership watching to see what the crossing has done. Close your eyes, let the darkness settle. The candles of the lodge room are extinguished. The bells of Eleusis have stopped ringing. The mountain fortress of Alama is silent on its ridge above the valley. Somewhere in the night, in a room you cannot see, in a circle you have never entered, the initiated are keeping their secret, the oldest and the most persistent of the human secrets, the one that requires the threshold and the oath and the darkness and the shared commitment to protect, not because it is too dangerous for the ordinary world to know, but because the ordinary world cannot know it until it has crossed, by its own specific act of will, into the interior where the secret waits. You have traveled 5,000 years of shadows tonight. Carry what you have heard gently into your sleep. The circle is closed. The candle is out, the secret remains. This is explored during sleeping.